Welcome in, Chicos. How's it going? Here we go. Corn is the third. Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna see what that's responding to. I'm just gonna assume that it's something rancid. Yo, Slab Man. Yo, how's it going? Pink Putt, Assessing Cat, Revelations, Indric. Holy, these are OGs. Flames, Itsy Buddy. Also, MacD, thank you for the 23 months. Gummy Worm, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. I'm not responding to that one, Tisp. You can, we're putting the brakes on there. How those toothpicks treat you? Oh my gosh, I forgot. They're the ones that had the sugar alcohol in them, right? I woke up this morning like 2 hours before I normally wake up. I've had to wake up to take a piss before. It doesn't happen often because I'm not like that much of an old fart yet. But I woke up like 2 hours before I normally get up because I had to take a shit. And I was like, that's weird. That doesn't normally happen. Now I realize it was probably because of that. He woke up at 3 p.m. I gotta get up way earlier, buddy, to get stuff ready for stream. My inverter wasn't even powerful enough to power this desktop, so I had to run to Harbor Freight and get a new one. Get a better one. So we're only, you know, we're using the highest quality shit imaginable today. Not to mention all the other shit I have to do before. I believe the time I woke up at 8. I woke up at 8, and I normally wake up at 10. Just in case you're wondering. Oh, wow, why do you sleep in so late? Because I stream till like 11 p.m., motherfucker. Could have gone way worse if you ate too many of them. You guys, like, tell me right now what it's like. Because I know what it's like to live like me, but I want to know what it's like to live like you. What is it like to be this afraid? What is it like to live in fear and never take a chance on anything? What's it like to be like, I'm not gonna eat this because it might cause me some minor intestinal discomfort in the next 24 hours. Psychotic behavior. I would be so done with living if I had to live like that. Some would argue it's not living at all. Oh, I watched Ghost Shark and it was funny, so here's $1. Muddy, I'm glad you love my recommendation. The part where the kids are playing in the fire hydrant, oh, it's true Kino cinema. I've never broken a bone because I'm scared of everything. I've also never broken a bone. Though I did fuck up my hip socket bad enough that I couldn't walk for like 2 months. That was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I'd be okay with making a full recovery instead of a recovery. Patient made a recovery. Oi, oi. I've had the sugar alcohol shits before. It was not a harrowing experience for about 15 hours straight. My sleep schedule became 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. because my AC is broken, so I sleep during the heat. What kind of job do you have where you can swing that, though? Don't answer that. That was asked in... Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream after school snacks. Oi, oi. The toothpick cleanse. You know what's worse than all the toothpicks I ate on stream? After the stream was over, put all the stuff away, I was about to wash out the wok, then I was like, you know what? And then I fried up more toothpicks and ate more of them. They're actually delicious. And then I went on Amazon.com because I was like, dude, I can't keep eating these fucking toothpicks. And I ordered, what's it called? It's called like Fun or something. It's like these Indian snacks. Fryums is what they're called. I ordered imported Fryums which are basically the same thing. Far, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I ordered, like, 3 pounds of fryums. Dude, what? Do you guys think it would be a good idea to do a street food cooking stream where I make, like, the jankiest arrangement ever to make street food like they do in the videos? I promise you, if I did it, I would fight the urge to do an accent. I would be good. I think it would be a funny idea, honestly. And also, the fryums look fucking delicious. Deja vu, man. I had a daydream. I was asking about his fave potato fry style. So every cooking stream. Street food / drinking stream. I was thinking about it because not only fryums, but I also see people, they're like, it's not frying. They're cooking things in salt. Like hot salt. And I'm like, oh, that'd be cool to try. I've seen that video, and maybe you've seen it too. It's from like Thailand or something. They got this big, like, rusty-ass metal drum, and they fill it with ice, and then they make ice cream on the outside of the drum. And I was like, that looks pretty cool. And then I was also the one where it's the woman making the drinks, and she's, like, fucking slinging shit everywhere in, like, a half-mile radius around it. Anyway, I want to try all those. I gotta try that at some point. The Turkish coffee? Yes! Dude, I bet that goes crazy. Because I've made Turkish coffee, but I've never made it with the scalding sand. I've made it by, like, heating it over a flame. With the little thing where it's like a stick with a cup on the end. We do already have the popcorn cannon, you're right. Alright. They make coffee with burning sand. They, like, take the little, it's like a cup on the end of like a stick, and you hold the stick and you put coffee grounds in the bottom and then fill it with water, and then you put the cup in the scalding sand, and it gets hot real fast and starts bubbling up, and then when it starts bubbling you kind of lift it out, and you use it to temper the temperature of the thing. The street food meat slicer thing sound good right now. Love to see the Duros in the popcorn cannon. The Duros are basically, I think, Farfar, Fryums, and Duros are all the same thing. Duros are just the Mexican version. I would like to try those. Oi, oi. I like the ones where you see lots of cleavage for no reason other than to increase views. I don't think we're getting the same street food videos, brother. The ones I see are made like, it's like 2 dudes who are maybe, they're somewhere between the age of 13 and 45, and they'll be like picking up like, they'll pick up like a slab of meat that's laying in like the dirt ground, and then they'll throw it on the stove directly and start slicing it up. But they, like, sling the knife around like they're trying to add some panache. And then they serve it with some sauce that looks like baby vomit, but probably tastes delicious. That's the kind of stuff that I'm seeing. What have you rolled and smoked different brands of chip dusts? You know, that's not the dumbest... Like, I can't even... That's not the dumbest idea that's ever been suggested here, that's for sure. The random Chinese boba fishing videos. The Chinese booba fishing videos. My apologies. Dude, if you go on Zhaohong Shu, the dudes that use Zhaohong Shu are fucking thirsting, man. The amount of tits I get in my feed on Zhaohong Shu is unreal. And it's also like, Zhaohong Shu's basically like, it's like Instagram for like rich Chinese kids, which is why they let it exist in America, because the rich kids have cool things and it makes China look cool. But like, dude, those kids are they're going a little crazy. The amount of thirst traps is like rivaling Instagram for sure. Just go to the hot tub category, same thing. Okay, look, no hate against the women that stream in the hot tub category on twitch.tv. They're simply taking advantage of the market demand. But, like, if you go on the Twitch hot tub category, if you're like a hot tub category viewer, that's more embarrassing than just jerking off to porn. I put much less shame on you for just looking up porn than going on the fucking hot tubs category. Because they're like trying to like badly be sly about it. I don't know, man. It's like, just be honest with yourself. Are they still writing names on themselves? Probably, if people keep giving them money to do it. Once again, no hate to the women that do it. They're just there because the money is there. But I'll absolutely slam shame on the guys paying $100 for someone that can't even, like, do anything. The hot tub category is the modern Sears lingerie catalog. You're so right, actually. I remember when you were on the top of the category. Yeah, I was. Because I was bathing in macaroni and cheese. I don't know if we're doing those again. I don't know if those days are ever coming back. I think they might be over. Yo, Ibaki Toasty, thank you for the sub, by the way. Please don't. I did ramen bath and mac and cheese bath. I can't say I have a particular desire. Like, the cleanup for both those streams was horrid. Can't say I particularly have the desire to dip my junk in molten cheese. Ever again. And speaking of dipping my junk in molten cheese, let's start with the penis meta. We got 2 letters, SP. I think that's good enough for a penis dough. Alright, 3 letters, still not enough. We'll do a warty penis dough. Alright, we have all the letters now. P-O-R-T-S. Sport. Technically fits this. Just call me the expert wordler. The wordler. Let's do the mini crossword. Aye, aye. I still wait for the slab brewed sweet tea. Well, like, I'm in the tea being brewed? That sounds disgusting. Doesn't sound like something I wouldn't do, but it does sound disgusting. You know what? We need at least one indoor swimming pool stream when the summer hits. That'd be a great one on there. Just passed my exams. Bless up, brother. Congratulations. You beat me on the Wordle? Hell yeah. Let's see if I can beat y'all on the mini crossword. We're going for a sub 2 minute, but sub 3 minute is fine. I do not look at chat, so you can scream into the void all you want. Sub 1 minute, and we're gods. Blank the whole world. Has the whole world gone mad? Increased A's and decreased Z's. Romantic dozen. Still competing. Certain... This is... Hasidic Jew? I don't know if that's how you spell it. The S of iOS. Operating system. Abbreviation. Skeleton piece. Bone. 4 down in the chest. It's not the sternum. Bone in the chest. Still competing. Romantic dozen. That's roses. Increased. As a baby. Help with a crime. That's in. Hang on a second. Still competing. 4 down in the chest. Bone? Oh, it's a rib bone. Alright. 123, I'd say not too bad. Is it bad that I got in it a bet? What? 2 down? Help with a crime? A bet? I don't know what that I've not heard that word, but I got in it, so we'll take what we can get. Got in 122. You're lying. Screenshots or it didn't happen. Preferably in the Discord. I will check after the fact. Mr. Old Kid, thank you for the Prime sub. Ajinya, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Also, happy birthday. Got in 101. All right, motherfucker. You know, maybe I've not kicked on. Maybe I haven't kicked it into high gear enough here. Let's see. Connections? Could probably do some connections here. Well-deserved sub. Thank you. We to lock in. I feel like I'm lagging today. Oh, you know what it was? I didn't have caffeine this morning. Hang on. Do I have anything that I can get easily caffeinated with nearby? My brain's slagging a bit. The anti-caffeine, the decaf subreddit right now would be calling me a drug addict. Alright, hang on. I'm mixing up some delicious gamer subs. And did you know you too can mix up some delicious gamer subs if you use code UWU at checkout for 10% off? Sent the screenshot in daily games. Easy connections today. Don't spoil it for me or I'm gonna kill you with hammers. Alright, hang on a second. Oh! Almost knocked it over. I've learned my lesson from the past. One scoop is enough. More than one scoop and I start fucking going crazy because I normally only drink like a tea or like 1 cup of coffee. I have ADHD, so caffeine doesn't do a whole lot. I also have ADHD, but caffeine does help. It doesn't help me stay focused, but it does help me keep my energy up. I was forced to create an account for this story. I once had to buy 5 juice drinks and they have the sugar alcohol in them in massive amounts. Drinking 2 made me crap myself for 12 hours. Me being dumb drank much more the next day and spent 2 days of constant toilet visits. Sharky Fish, thank you for making a Twitch account for this legend. Also, Weirdo for Life, thank you for the Prime sub. Also, that's what I did, but instead of it being sugar alcohols, it was when I ate the Gorilla Biscuits. All right, let's do the connections. I can't look at chat during this, so scream into the void all you want. Carousel, candelabra, coaster, clock, slide, gate, record, teacup, beast, pick, lounge, pancake, strum, frisbee, bend, food court. Coaster, okay, lounge, food court. We have slide, coaster, carousel, teacup, or food court, or gate. Gate. Probably, supersede slide. You know what? I think there's a lot of overlap here. There's a lot of overlap, and I think it's all trying to fuck me up. Carousel, frisbee, things that spin. Teacup, if you're talking about the ride at Disney World. I got the amusement parks on my mind because they have coaster on here. Let's see. Record, also something that spins. Carousel, record, teacup, frisbee. These are all things that spin. I don't know. I'm not like, and it could be clock too. Even maybe coaster. You could have like, is it gonna be some lame shit things that are typically round? Coaster, clock, pancake. Oh, hang on. I just realized we have strum, pick, slide, record, bend. Actually. These are all, guitar. These are all guitar things. I don't know what the specific phrasing they're gonna use for it here is. Let's see, let's see. This is definitely one. There's no way. They can't have this many misdirects in the damn thing. Record, pan... Dude, I'm telling you, something with spinning. Things that go around. Carousel, record, frisbee... Clock? I don't know. We'll sit on this. Gate, food court, lounge, beast, things I encounter at the airport. Actually, gate, lounge, food court. Well, no, food court's more of like a... Food court's more of a mall thing, isn't it? Record, frisbee, carousel. Like, I mean, I know this is guitar. Maybe, you know, today might not be a day where I can, like, send... Today night might not be a day where I can send these in order, which is unfortunate. I feel like there's too much stuff where it's iffy. Beast. Is this gonna be shit at Disney World? Carousel, Beast, teacup, coaster? Probably a candelabra as well, but I'm not really sure. That one actually has me twisted a little bit. Candelabra doesn't seem to go with anything. Hang on, hang on. I'm not... Carousel... Candelabra. Is it... There's no way it's actually things at an amusement park. Coaster, carousel, gate, food court? But then you also have teacup, coaster, beast, candelabra? Actually, what? Actually, hang on a second. Beast, teacup, candelabra, and clock? These are characters from Beauty and the Beast? That's a psychotic pick, though, if that's actually it. And then slide pick, bin, strum for guitar. And then that leaves us with carousel, coaster, record, lounge, gate, pancake, and food court. And frisbee. I think you would go carousel, frisbee, record, and pancake. And then coaster, gate, lounge, and food court for things at an airport. This is maybe like... They seem so loose, though. Gate, lounge, food court. Those seem like they go together. Carousel, frisbee, record. All things that spin. Gate, lounge, and food court. These are definitely, like, airport things. Coaster? That doesn't really work. Like, oh, they give you a drink on a coaster. Oh, no, it's carousel! Wait, and then that leaves coaster, record, frisbee, pancake? Things that are typically round? Is that what that is? That's so stupid if that's it. But this is... Okay, no, it has to be carousel, gate, lounge, food court as airport. That has to be. That has to be. And then clock, teacup, candelabra, beast. Okay, which one of these is most likely to be the purple is the question. I don't think it's the airport one. I don't think it's guitar. None of these feel like... This one maybe is the most likely to be purple, so I'll send it first. Yes! 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 Okay, that actually was it. Yes! Okay, and then I'm betting second is probably slide, pick, binge, strum. Or, you know what? No, we're gonna go. Oh, so, ooh, I almost sent the wrong thing. Carousel, Gate, Lounge, Food Court, I think might be the blue. Fuck, dude, that was the wrong one. I think it's guitar things. Fuck, dude. If I'd done it the other way around, I would have had it right. Okay. We'll take what we can get. We got a perfect score. When in doubt, it's safe to assume these things have Disney adult bait. Except it rarely does, though. When was the last time it had? How tough was it? Hang on. I want to see the connections bot. And you know what? I want to see the connections bot for yesterday. 28% with no mistakes. 97 out of 99 skill. You fucking love to see it. 36% got this one first. The least one was airport features first, which is kind of crazy. Objects that revolve. I did almost get that. The same here. Disc round flat things is some bullshit. I just now realizing, like, I'm just now realizing how that they had that bullshit on there. That's some shit, man. Carousel in an airport. The thing that the luggage comes out on is called the carousel. It's not like a little like bobbing ponies carousel. Ground flat things is bullshit. It's so fucking vague, man. It is some shit that a kid would come up with. They were not cooking with this. I'm not mad because I, like, solved it, but they were definitely slacking. A Strange New World. Dale! Raise hell, praise Dale, baby. I don't know what this one could possibly... The Mover... I don't know what this could possibly be. Pangea. Hang on. Strange New World. The Gator. The Gator. Hang on a second. What else do we have here? Sand. We have stone. We don't have stone. India. They didn't even count that? They're invalidating the sovereignty of India? Yale. See, this almost looks like Harvard, so I was starting to think maybe that could be it. You know what? Give me a hint. I don't think I'm going to guess this. Motherfucker! Farm? Strange New World. Farm? Love? Lovin'? Farm. What the fuck does this mean? Seaman! Seaman! Alright, hang on. I don't know. I really am not sure what this is. Give me another one. Teal? Late? Leet? Tail? Farm? Tail? What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck is this category? Tail? Farm? Strange New World. You know, at first I was thinking, let's see, what is Strange New World? I was thinking maybe like Brave New World, but there's no like apocalypse shit on here. Actually, hang on, wait. Dystopian. Alright, that has to be part of a spangram. Dystopian novel? Farm? Wait, what? Tale? Games? Hunger Games? Animal Farm? Something tale? That has to be the thread, right? Fuck, man. I don't know if I know many more than this. Well, what's like another dystopian novel, but it's just the one word? What's like another like, they don't have Brave New World. Do they have World? They don't have a W. Do they have 1984? Nope. Maybe it'd be 84. Maybe it'd just be 4. This is a fuck ass. Not. This is a horrid theme. I just want to say. Wait. Hunger. Oh wait, it's the actual full name. Okay, so then they probably have Animal Farm. Oh, Handmaiden's Tale. That's what it is. Okay. That sucks. That strands. Don't diss dystopian fiction. I'm not dissing dystopian fiction. I think all of those are good novels. That said, the people that really like dystopian fiction are some of the most annoying people maybe on the planet. Women love Handmaid's Tale. I will never forget when I can't say some woman, a kind woman that I used to work for, or not that I used to work for, sorry, I used to work with, they were a coworker, got into an argument with me because they said something, they like quoted like a Bible story, and I was like, that's not how that happened. And they're like, yes it did, that's literally what happened in the story. And I'm like, no it's not, you can like look it up, like it's here. And they're like, no, they said that happened that way in Handmaid's Tale. And I was like, that's not, yeah, but that's like not the source of the story. And they're like, oh, that doesn't, no, but they said that in Handmaid's Tale, that's how it happened. And it was like trying to argue with a fucking brick wall. Anyway, this is all that's my primary interfacing with that novel. And everyone that I know that's obsessed with 1984 or Brave New World or Animal Farm or any of those, I'm telling you, man, if you're too into dystopian novels, you're one of the most annoying people ever. There's just a correlation. I don't know why. I think it's just because it has such propensity to be like, this is literally how the world is now, actually. I think like that, I think that being like such an easy connection to make if you're like kind of dumb it's what lends itself to annoying people loving them. Are people actually into 1984? I knew a lot of people in college who thought that shit was scripture, man. Talking religion with your coworker, she brought it up. I'm tired of I'm tired of someone saying something objectively wrong, and then when I say that's wrong, suddenly I'm the asshole. Like, dude, it's not like even something like arguing like the semantics of something. It's literally saying this says this, and me going, look, here's the source material where it says not that. It's so dog shit. I'm so fucking mad whenever that happens. They're like, wow, I can't believe you would debate this. And it's like, I'm not gonna debate politics with like a coworker, but if they're like, dude, the president literally just said this, and it's something that like, and then they pull up like an AI generated video, like, I'm practically doing them a disservice to not say it's not real. Come on, man. That's not arguing the subject matter. That's just saying that they're misquoting it. Taking fiction books as fact because it's popular classic lick makes them an ass. It's just like, I think it's more that like, it's the type of person who gets into that craves that kind of thing. But you know, that's just how it be sometimes. You wouldn't let your mom believe random shit she found off. That's the person I clash with this most in the real world is whenever I'm talking to my mom and she's like, "Can you believe this happened?" And I'm like, "That literally didn't happen." And then she's like, "But I saw like a thing on Instagram," and I'm like, "The thing on Instagram literally made it up though." And then she's like mad that I told her, and it's like, dude, do you want me to like, do you want to make a fool of yourself instead of in front of someone who isn't your progeny? Like, it's better for you to be wrong within like the family unit where they can tell you not to be embarrassing. Source, I made it the fuck up. I appreciate that like this spans political sides, because my mom's and dad's side of the family, like the grandparents and extended family on both sides, are complete opposite ends of the spectrum, and they both fucking do this. It's truly impressive. Getting them together for a singular family event, oh man, it's a balancing act for sure. But you know, I think anyone with a big enough family knows how that goes. My grandma with the AI deepfakes on Facebook, dude. The AI existing is like 9/11 to old people's psyches. They do not possess. It's like dropping smallpox on the native tribe. They do not possess the antibodies for this level of false information. It's actually crazy. You gotta put like the IP blockers on grandma's router. Cause like when we see it, we're like, okay, you know, we grew up online, we know how to spot a fake. But like grandma, she didn't develop those antibodies early. Before you know it, she's gonna be retweeting Shrimp Jesus, man. I know so many who don't know how to spot AI. Well, see, there is the opposite end of that, which is where someone will do like some AI art or something, and then people will be like, it's so obviously AI, and it looks like dead ass just like someone drew it. Those, I'm getting to the point where I can't always tell. But when it's like generated videos and shit where you can like look up the sources, I'm like, bro, you gotta be a little bit more diligent here. Oi, oi. The sad crying kids with 8 fingers on each hand are real. It's getting better at hands. It's losing its tell. 9-volt battery power computer? Hell yeah, brother. Y'all ask what the more expensive streams I've done are? This is probably on the higher end, because it was like $100 to buy 200 9-volt batteries. Which, for 9 volts, are actually like giga cheap. Because if they were Duracell, $100 would only be buying you like 25 batteries. Anyway, let's do our food guesser real fast. We got some duels to do, and I have a feeling that today it's gonna take us a while to get everything running. Hot paprika, salt water, vinegar, sugar, garlic, and oil is a vibrant, spicy chili paste made from finely ground hot paprika peppers. It offers a fiery kick and rich flavor, thanks to the blend of rice, peppers, and salt. Fresh paprika. This has to be like... I'm thinking, like, Middle East, honestly. We could go, like, Southeast Asia. Could go Southeast Asia. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this was, like, Hungary or something. You know? Oh, hey, Ham. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm a pay piggy, and I'm not afraid to say it, Raid. You know what? I'm gonna go with my Hungarian guess. Oh! Oh! Let's fucking go, brothers. Hungarian paprika is like his own subcategory. Those fuckers love paprika. Alright, this looks... Let's see. Rice, water, pumpkin, sweet potato, corn, spinach, kale, basil, chilies, spring onion, salt, pepper, shallots, garlic, fish or meat broth, coconut milk. This is like Eastern African. It could be Southeast Asian, but honestly, I think this is Eastern African. You know why? Pumpkin. Pumpkin, coconut milk, could also maybe be Caribbean. Hang on a second. Vibrant, hearty porridge combining rice with various vegetables, such as spinach, pumpkin, corn, and sweet potatoes. Served with condiments like salted fish, chili paste, or sliced spring onions. The thick, nourishing consistency makes it a popular breakfast choice. Dude, I'm telling ya, I think this is like Ethiopia or something. This is maybe a throw of a guess, but like I get the vibe, man. It feels Eastern African. Ice fucking cold. All right. Well, it's completely different. It's on literally the other side of the earth. Now, Philippines kind of maybe is one that this could be. You know what, actually? I'm thinking this is maybe Caribbean. Maybe this is like Honduras or something. Ice cold means other side of the earth. Though I am a little mystified why I didn't point this way if it's Caribbean. This is maybe it's like Timor-Leste or Papua New Guinea. I don't know. Really. This is a legitimately hard guess. This is a legitimately hard guess. Kale, basil, chilies, spring onion, pumpkin, sweet potato. It's like Southeast Asia. Like, I'm tempted to say Philippines. But I don't really think it's Philippines, man. They ain't growing pumpkins there, I don't think. Maybe it is the Philippines. No, you know what? Shallots, garlic, fish, or meat broth. And then there's dried meat on top of it. I believe this is dried fish. Salted fish. This is gonna end up being like New Zealand or some shit. Or like Fiji. Or something. Papua New Guinea, maybe? Like, I don't think it's... it's like... It's so hard to tell. This also doesn't seem far enough for ice cold, but, I mean, I would consider this... No, that's like far enough away, I think, to be ice cold. Philippines would maybe be, like, on the beginning of it. It's either, like, Philippines or, like, Jamaican. Tell you what, I'm gonna swing Philippines just to get a ballpark because we're so far away. Warm, and it's directly south of the Philippines. So it's Indonesia, then, presumably. It's Indonesian. Tinutan. Pumpkin in an Indonesian dish. That's weird to me. I mean, it says basil and, like, Thai basil. The origins are not precisely documented, but it's been a staple in the North Sulawesi region for many generations, reflecting the agricultural abundance of the area. I'm telling you, man, pumpkin is around the world. Yeah, but typically stuff like this, dude, I thought I was cooking straight crack with the Ethiopia guess. I should have just gone with my heart and guessed Southeast Asia, because it has a Southeast Asian vibe. But that one was legitimately hard. Licorice chocolate? Sugar, glucose syrup, wheat flour, fat, gelatin, food acids, emulsifiers, vegetable oil, flavors, glazing agents. This is what y'all be sometimes. Colors, salt, coconut, and caramel. This ain't no one wants to eat this shit. This is nasty sounding. Licorice and chocolate? This has to be from this part of the world. Like, ain't no damn way anywhere else they're concocting shit this nasty. The chewy, salty licorice core and the sweet, creamy chocolate exterior creates a delightful contrast of flavors and textures. This gotta be, like, Sweden. Ice cold? Where the fuck else are they eating licorice and chocolate, man? Alright. What's a place... Yeah, Sweden didn't do a lot of conquering, but the Danish did. So the question is, what conquered land has this dog shit? Because this definitely came from a Nordic country to be this nasty. I'm telling you, man. Is this a... It says east. Straight east of here. Well, this straight east of here is like actually like, dude, is it New Zealand or Australia? I get the vibe that this might be like Australian. We're going with some crazy fucking guesses today, man. There ain't no damn way it's US, Canada. Maybe Mexico, but I doubt it. I like licorice, just it's not really a thing there. South Africa, I would be believed if it pointed down. But it's pointing across, which means it's in this vague direction. I'm swinging with an Australian guess on this one. Because the Australians have some fucked up food. And I think this will at least, like, ballpark us. It was fucking... It actually was Australia! Chocolate bullets. A type of confectionery popular in Australia and New Zealand. Fuck off, man. Y'all did not... So, sometimes the fact they're populated by convicts is, like, so evident. 13.5, I'd say, is not too bad given this guess. Also, the average is under 10K. So I'd say that's pretty good. We've had a pretty good streak of getting 13.5 or higher, with this one day where we got 12,000 being the only exception in the last month or so. That's pretty damn good. Let's do our Scrandle. Feel like the US would have chocolate bullets. You're so right. Let's do the daily scram. We're running a little late. That's fine. This will probably be a longer stream. I just get the impression. I get the vibe, you know. Sometimes I get a vibe that a stream's going to be longer than usual. Today I have that vibe. Margarita pizza. That's not a pizza margarita, and it's $10. 10 pounds, sorry. Barbecue skewers for $150. This shit looks delicious. I would take this any day. For $150, that's crazy. Oh, 2003 Buckla Bear. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Ooh, popcorn chicken and chips. That looks pretty good, honestly. 1050's a little high. but that does look pretty good. Lamb Rogan Josh. Yo, we got a new lamb dish we're making. What should we name it? Take the first two dudes that come up to the stand, ask what their name is, and then just slap them on the end. Half rice, half chips. Truly something that could only come from the UK. This does look good. I'm not gonna lie. $7.50, but the popcorn. I would take this. Look how good those chips look. 36? 36? Are you fucking like me getting it wrong? Understandable. If it was like 80 or like even like 75, like okay, understandable. The other one does look good. But 36 on those delicious chips and popcorn chicken? That's crazy. He can't pronounce shit. You're asking a lot of me to spend more time reading a name. If anything, you should be enjoying the entertainment gleaned out of subscribing and not knowing how I'm going to pronounce your username. Alright, do you want turds on fries covered in brown, or a shitty pie, 2 scoops of ice cream, and a baby vomited on it? Which British delicacy are you taking? I would take sausage, chips, and gravy. Honestly, I'm glad that they agree. They love the green shit, man. This looks gross. Like, I don't think it is gross. I think this is like gravy from a beef roast. It looks like, which probably pretty good. But like, dude, this looks baller. Look how good this looks. It's gotta be this. Yeah, the fibrousness here is doing it so... Oh, okay. This is actually hard. This is actually hard. You know, as an American fat ass, both of these speak to my soul. Because I would destroy either one. Chicken tikka dirty fries looks crazy good, dude. The bacon double cheeseburger, though, this is perfect. The buns look terrible, right wins. Thick ass burger. The fries? Wouldn't buy either one. Alright, fucking go eat your salad that you bought at Panera Bread for $20, motherfucker. This shit looks killer. You don't understand the appeal of slop. Why is the bacon underdone? Why do... Look, I'm gonna defend England. Do you know how bad it is that you're gonna make me defend cooking from the UK? But like, why does some of you American fucks like the bacon burnt? You like it literally crunchy. I hate that shit, man. They cook it correct in the UK. Probably the only thing that they cook right in the entire country, man. I don't understand it. You know what I think it is? If you get cheap bacon, it is better crunchy. But if you get good bacon, it's better like this. If it's thin, I like it crispy. Okay, see, drummer, you get it. This is thick bacon. Honestly, like, the chicken tikka dirty fries look so fucking good. I don't know. Let's go dirty fries. Ooh! That one, I can't believe I was right. I thought I was taking principles over meta for a second. Alright, the worst hot dog you've ever seen. They boiled this shit in like sweat and served it up on the plainest bun ever. It's from France, known for their fine cuisine. Or kebab from Fulham FC. This looks delicious. 66%? They really not think that looks that good? Cheese, the worst cheeseburger I've ever seen in my life. Gray bun, burnt burger, raw cheese for $6.30, or sticky rice and coconut for 45 cents. I'll take this any day. Holy shit, I missed the onion. Jerk chicken or waffle with Nutella. Once again, France proving that they deserve to be like the only cuisine that's allowed to win a Michelin star besides Japanese. This is a true masterwork of the finest cooking in the world. Or jerk chicken. I'm gonna take the... What? What? I thought it was, like, comically unbalanced. Are you fucking serious? I thought that was comically unbalanced. Where one looked so much worse and the other looked so much better. That's crazy that they would rather have that. Jerk is too spicy for Brits. Brits should be banned from entering any country with good food. They do not deserve it. All right, what's it gonna be? Raw cheese under baby vomit, or this delicious looking lamb and chicken tikka naans? Some of the best shit that you can buy in the UK because it wasn't invented by them. All right, these both look good, but like Ruby Special, 2 sausages, 2 bacon, 2 quarter pounders, cheese, chicken breast fillet, and 3 onion rings. That's a psychotic burger. Would I destroy this? Absolutely. That's awesome. But like, come on, man. This looks this looks sick. 90% is deserved. I would destroy for sure. You'd feel better after eating the chicken box. True, I wouldn't shit myself after eating the chicken box, and I wouldn't have a stomachache. But sometimes you gotta take risks. All right, let's try the Bandle. We're not gonna spin too much longer. We are running out of. We'll kind of run into the end of our time here. Guess the song 1 instrument at a time. 1979, 435 million views. Not looking good for us. There's some Paul Simon shit. It's got a trumpet, synth, and piano. Is some. Is this Call Me Al? I don't think that's from 1979, but I'm gonna swing it anyway. It's not Paul Simon. Never mind, I think this is some Michael Jackson shit. Dun, 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 dun. What the fuck is this? Dun, 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 dun. That's Michael Jackson. Oh my gosh, there's so many. It's Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, we can roll with this one. I've listened to a lot of Michael Jackson. They're going crazy with the MIDI. Why have I listened to so much Michael Jackson, you ask? Oh, because he's a massively influential artist. No, I had Michael Jackson The Experience on the Nintendo Wii, and my parents loved playing it. I think it was their favorite game ever. They played it every day for like 6 months. So I know every song in that game. The game is gas. It does kind of rock. I'm not lying. All right, Disney Hurdle. We'll do the Disney adult one. This is from, what the fuck? What is this? That's loud, too. Holy shit. This is from, Tron Legacy? No. This is, I don't think Daft Punk would make anything that starts with a bass line this stank, actually. Is this another Meet the Robinsons track that I'm forgetting? Nah, this is probably some Disney Channel dog shit. This is like from Descendants or something. I'm not. I'm so tired of Descendants songs showing up in this dog shit, man. Alright, is it Descendants? It's Descendants if only? I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm looking at chat for this one. This is 100% Descendants. Yeah, it's Camp Rock. I think it's from Victorious. Which one is it? It's Camp Rock. Too Cool? Oh, it actually is! Y'all were right. Holy shit. Alright, we're not listening to any more of that. That's all we need. The annoying blonde girl saying it, I've never seen Camp Rock. One final duel. I can't get enough of them, man. Spice chai, cost total, 3.5 pounds of spice chai mix. This shit is $17. Is lower than that. My bad. This shit is $14.99. Is $15.49. That's close enough. Costco to win 2. We'll do those any day. Switch on over our view. It's time to get started with our project. Oh my gosh, I forgot I had the camera zoomed in so hard. Alright. Dude, I got the Puxel industrial packaging. Going crazy here, man. Oh, my Puxels. Holy 9 volts. And if you think this is a lot, I got 2 boxes of these. These are premium Puxels. Why did I choose these? Well, it was between these and a different dog shit battery company. And I chose these because DankPods always references them, and it's funny. So we have 100 in here, and 100 more in the case I got on the table over there. Where's the Shrek green iPad? Look, I'm not trying to, like, ape his style. I could never be him. Basically, what we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna be wiring up a crazy battery bank capable of, hopefully, powering up a desktop PC. I want to make a 9-volt operated desktop computer. And I originally said with alkaline cells, but this shit ain't even alkaline. These are carbon zinc batteries, which are even worse. Do you have a Shrek pod? I do not have a Shrek pod. Also, every single one of these is individually wrapped, so I look forward to the fun time we're gonna have individually unwrapping 200 batteries. Then you're gonna shock your balls? I'm not gonna shock my balls. Carbon zinc sounds like the most random battery possible. This shit is like, it's fine for like a smoke detector or something where it doesn't draw very much. But high impact is pretty rough on these. So of course something where I'm gonna be pulling a ton of current is gonna be great for this specific purpose. What, the clickbait though? Okay, you know what? I am kind of curious. And this isn't gonna scale. Like, I did think of this, right? When I was buying all these, I was like, it would be cool. It's not really like a project in the sense of being like a complete project. But it would be cool to, like, wire a bunch of these up in series by clipping them into each other. And then having, like, an 1800 volt DC supply from the batteries. Are those Puxels? Yes, they are. That's like 1-ish kilowatt altogether. Something like that. Here's the thing. I just want to see if we can get the PC to, like, boot. I don't know how long it's going to be able to run on these. Probably not very long at all, if I had to guess. But the initial burst current of a 9-volt of any like dry cell battery is actually, it's pretty decent. You can yoink like an amp out of these for a minute or two before you start really falling off and decroding the battery. Of course, we don't want to do that because it's gonna fucking fry the batteries instantly. So that's why we have so many of them. They're not gonna be wired in series. They're gonna be wired in parallel. We're gonna have 2 giant parallel banks, and then I have a 12 volt to 120 volt inverter, and we're gonna be running it off of that. Now, I had a lot of fucking actuallyers in the Twitter comments who were like, actually, are you gonna create a step down? Because you're probably just gonna wire them in series and get 18 volts. No, I'm gonna count on it being able to tank 18 volts. And if it doesn't tank 18 volts, then I guess they showed me, didn't they? I had to find a easier way to unwrap these shits, man. This is gonna take all damn day. I don't know why they individually wrap these. There we go. There. Is making a transformer at home difficult? I've made them before. I've had to. Because getting a custom one is not really an option if you're not a big company. So I made them before for projects, but you lose a lot of efficiency. Trying to get, getting the core made out of, real thinly stacked laminated steel sheets. They don't do that just because it's, a manufacturing thing. It splits up the eddy currents generated from the transformer. And it lowers the loss a lot. And when you make one yourself, I'm not really able to get that level of layering and lamination. And I'm also not able to hit the tolerances quite the same. So there ends up being a lot of loss. And when we're running shit off batteries, I'm not a huge fan of those loss levels. Didn't know that? It's a cool little thing. I feel like doing this as a hobby for, most of my childhood, and then going off to engineering college and learning why a lot of things are done when they were, too complicated for me to give a shit about when I was just doing it as a hobby. That was, one of them. And I was like, that's pretty cool, actually, All these are gonna have cut marks down the side of them, but I don't really care too much. I don't need a pristine Puxel in my possession. He's getting batteries for the 99 smoke detectors. Would it be a stream? Tell me if this is even so you can buy old smoke detectors that still work, but people don't want old ones because they're less reliable after a certain amount of time. And for something like a smoke detector, you really want it to be reliable. So you can buy bulk quantities of old smoke detectors on the internet for really cheap. And would it be a funny stream to buy 100 smoke detectors, put batteries in all of them, mount them all over the ceiling of the basement, and then set off a smoke bomb and see what happens? I feel like there's enjoyment in that, even though that's not really a project. It'd just be like, it'd be a fucking sea of noise. And then you have to go around and turn off all of them. Oh my gosh. Alright, hang on. I want to try a little experiment first. Hopefully this doesn't fuck up too many batteries. Also, for anyone wondering how we're going to hook these up finally, we're going to put them all in a row like this. And then just we'll lay the wire on top and tape it down. That way they're all in parallel. Alright, hang on. This is wiring them in series, though. So in parallel, you increase current potential, but in series, you increase voltage. So by wiring these in series, every one that I add adds 9 volts to the circuit. And I'm adding 20, so I should have 180 volts across this. Granted, with low current, but that's still a lot of volts. And I just want to see... Alright. Flash camera or taser? The taser from a flashbulb was 1500 volts at a much lower current. So it wouldn't even really be that. Now, if we wired all 200 like this, it would technically be 1800 volts. There'd be pretty decent loss because there's what's called internal resistance, which is basically each one of these batteries isn't just adding a battery in series, it's adding a small resistor in series. And in a short string like this, it's not going to matter a lot, but when you start adding a whole bunch of them up, it's going to start mattering. 199 volts. Holy shit. Almost 200 volts from just 9 volts. I guess they give out slightly more than 9 volts. Okay, let's turn the scaling up a little bit. 198. Yeah, baby. I'm not licking it, dude. That's the pixel difference. Maybe you need to worry a little bit. Like, how? Now, what happens if we, Don't try this at home. What happens if we... And then, like... You know, I don't think it's gonna spark much, but I'll put on glasses just so I don't. Whoa, did you see that? Oh, that's bright. Can you see that light? Anyway, we probably shouldn't do that too much because that really strains the batteries. And we're actively taking away from the ability for this thing to power a PC. Pretty cool, though. Shows you the power of this mini. The actual current potential of a giant bank of these is probably pretty high, honestly. 30 minutes of gaming time. If we're able to power a PC for 30 minutes on this, I'm gonna be shocked. That's actually like crazy work if we're able to get that out of it. There's so many more, and this isn't even all we got. Hang on, I should get the other box just for the visual here. Just so you can see how many we have. These ain't the only pixels I got. we got a true treasure trove of pixels here. 9-volt railgun. You probably could blow up a ball bearing with the current put out by 200 of these. Oi, oi. 4 ads. Sorry, Plutonium. I literally have it set on the least amount of ads I can possibly show people. Because I don't want it to give you interstitials. I think it still does sometimes, but it's the minimum that Twitch lets me assign. How much did this cost? This is $115, I believe, for all these batteries. It's expensive, I know. But I had to know, man. Sometimes you gotta risk taking a loss on a stream concept. Love it when the internet cuts out and it gives me a new ad. I get really annoyed when I click over to check another stream for like a minute, then I click back to the one I was watching and I have to watch all the damn start ads again. Miss me with that. They should get rid of that. That's cheap per battery? Dude, it's so much cheaper than anything else. Because 100, like, not even like... hang on, let me put these back over here just so I have the desk space. I'm not even talking like 100 Duracells, because like those I expect to be expensive, but like 100 like Rayovac batteries, 9 volts, is like over $100. I want to say it's like... I wanna say it was like $140. And here, I got 200 pixels for just over $100. Click the stream thinking it was gonna be a super low power device. Yeah, no, there's two paths you can take. There's two paths you could take on running a PC with 9 volts. The wild thing is, if this power bank works, we can run fucking anything on 9 volts. What is the actual power output of the 9 volt? I wish that I had like a data sheet for this inverter I bought, but it's literally just a cheap Harbor Freight inverter. 10.1 volts on these guys, fresh. Which is pretty good. There'll be a slight variation between them. With that amount, you can make a super power coil cannon. I mean, I have 400, like, 160 volt capacitors, and I've made stuff with those where I just blow up ball bearings with them, which is really cool. I should probably do some more of that again, but it's pretty dangerous. Like, that is one of the only things I've done on stream. It is a hit, and I have a lot of fun doing it. But, like, it is one of the only things I do on stream that, like, could absolutely kill me if I'm not careful. So, you know. Is that on YouTube? I don't think there's a YouTube edit of the ball bearing exploder. That was, like, before the long edits started getting posted on YouTube. JC, thanks for that. Dude, when people come in and try to shill their stream, I should just see what it is. Cause there ain't no way it's good. It's maybe the worst thing you could actually do for it. The Burgonator, thank you for the 17 months, by the way. And Kicks333, thank you for the 5 months. And Zidane, thank you for the 16 months. I know it'd be encouraging. That's why I don't fucking do it. Otherwise, I would, because I think it's funny. If I did it, though, then not only would people do it more often, but they'd like, preload, like, a clip on their channel where they, like, open Goatsy full screen or some shit. I ain't doing that shit, man. Are you going to convert, hang on, wait, DC to AC with an inverter? Yeah. And I know you're gonna be like, that's inefficient, and I agree with you that it's inefficient, but you gotta consider adaptability here. Yeah, I could make independent power converters for each rail, and then wire up the, like, 40 pins necessary to basically ad hoc a PSU out of batteries. But then, like, dude, any, like, little ripple or whatever in that would be, like, a point of failure in the in-system. And if I fucked up the wiring, it'd blow up my CPU, man. Streamer, you were featured on a German tech news site about your modified keyboard. Thanks for stopping by, Nevostris. I had no idea. DC input, they are expensive. It's like, it's not worth it. I know there's an efficiency saving, and I know power-wise it's not as efficient to invert and then rectify back, but you can't just bypass. I saw someone who doesn't know anything. No offense to them. I also thought this when I was younger. I used to just assume power supplies were rectified down to a DC voltage and then have a bunch of different segments that rectify, or not rectify, but regulate out the power at the different voltages needed for the system. But that's not how it actually works. Before it even gets rectified down, it comes out of a transformer with a bunch of different windings, and then that, like, each independent winding gets set out. So you can't even just, like, crack open the PSU and, like, splice in DC power. You should have got a 1224 compatible camping computer power supply. That's true, I should have spent 4 times as much money on this gimmick. Or, consider this, I just under or overdrive this cheap one and hope it doesn't blow up. YouTube Frog clocking in, welcome in, Tin Lapis. I'm at... Hang on, let me get the rectifier so you can see what I got. This is a premium Harbor Freightium power supply. Or, as an inverter, rather. I'm sure this thing will work fantastic. It's got, let's see. Input 12 volts nominal. Do not use in a marine application. Use only deep cycle or marine rated batteries with this inverter. Alright, excellent. Good to know. They don't say anything about using carbon zinc 9 volts in a giant array. But I'm gonna assume it can happen. Power up to 4 devices at once. What is they getting that number for? Where are they getting that number from on this inverter? Oh, wait. I think they're getting that number because it fucking, Are they getting that number because it has 2 USB ports and 2 AC outlets? Alright. The number of outlets? That's literally what it is. It's a lot smaller than I thought it'd be. It's only 400 watts. This thing was like $45, I want to say. It was still... It's more expensive than I thought it would be. I don't think we're gonna get much as far as specs go. I'll check the manual it comes with. See if it says anything about, like, input voltage swing, because that's kind of my main concern here. Over voltage shutdown, it shuts down if it goes under 10 volts DC or over 16.5 volts DC. That's a little bit of a problem for us, but you know, we can rock and roll a little bit. Got any massive resistors? Yeah, I do. And I can divide the voltage out, which is a crazy move. But I can do it. One of these batteries puts out 10.5 volts fresh, but that's going to decode pretty fast. So we need it to be able to sustain a little more. Wow, these are the shittiest connectors that I've ever seen. Just wear down one of the batteries till it's 3 volts. Batteries could dip down to 8 volts each, so 16, but you need them preloaded. Well, I actually have... Actually, yeah, hang on a second. I have a giant, step down to 12 volts regulator that I just have sitting around. So I guess I could pull that guy out. Here, hang on. I'm gonna plug this guy up and just plug him into my lab supply. Because I'm kind of curious how much current it draws. The regulator that I have can step down, like, I think it's like 5 amps. It's pretty high. How many 9 volts available? 209 volts. You can see, here's the rest of this 100, and then I have another box. So we got a lot, there's a lot going on here, okay? Well, you know what we should probably do first? We should probably build the PC. Build the PC. Then plug the PC into this guy. See how much current it draws running. It's booting up. 12 volts in. Output power. Just use an Arduino? Use an Arduino to fucking do what, brother? 900 times 2 is 1800 volts. Series connecting motherfuckers when they haven't discovered parallel connection yet. You realize we're not going to be connecting them like that, right? You should be able to do 14 in series to get 126 volts, and then each has 14 in parallel for some decent battery time. Brother, I don't want 126 volts DC. We're going to be stepping up 12 volts DC with a much higher current capacity. Parallel is the GigaChad connection method. We'll be doing, the way we're going to connect these is connect 100 in parallel, 2 sets of 100 in parallel, and then connect those in series to get 18 volts with a really high current capacity, considering that it's made of batteries. Considering that's made of 9 volts. You connect all that to a microwave transformer, what could go wrong? It won't do anything, brother, it's DC. Transformers require AC. The electromagnetic properties don't work unless you have alternating current. Now, we could run it through this and then into a microwave transformer, but like at that point, you could just plug it into the wall. Oi, oi. If you sit bare-assed on the box of batteries, would it blast your balls clean off? You know, I'm actually, today, I'm glad we have people that don't know anything about electricity, because it's so, the musings are so much funnier if you don't know how it works. For that one, I have the answer for you. If you sit on one battery, is it gonna, like, hurt you? Does this hurt? I can't feel it. Even if I lick my hand. Yeah. It doesn't hurt. If you sit on 100 of them, it's still gonna not hurt, because they're all disconnected. Now, if you hook all of them in parallel, it's still not gonna hurt, because it's only 9 volts. Now, if you hook all of them in series, that's gonna be about 900 volts. Well, these are technically, they're 9 volts, but they're like 10 volts new. So new, that'll be about 1,000 volts. And that will tickle your taint a little if you sit on it. You're gonna be standing up real fast if you get hit with that one. Alright, great sign. Running the inverter itself already draws 0.6 amps. Excellent. 8 watts of loss just running the inverter. And then, when we actually convert it through, it's gonna be significantly more than that. I just disconnected it. Fucking beep. 100 car batteries. If I could get someone to donate a mass amount of car batteries, oh man, the shit I could do with that. We could wire it up and start blowing shit up with it. It'd be awesome. A car battery, for comparison, it can do, like, sustained, it can only do, like, a couple amps, but, like inrush, it can handle, like, 800 amps burst. It's actually crazy how strong they are. Car batteries are expensive. That's why I said if someone donated me a bunch of them, because, I can't fucking buy that. We ain't that rich. That's Styropyro level? Yeah, I know. Well, Styropyro, he didn't even buy his. Someone gave him the batteries. I was gonna say he makes enough money on his videos to justify it, but, like, those he didn't even buy. Like, didn't he say someone sent him 100 car batteries? Oi, oi. Live long enough for me to be a millionaire and I'll get them to you. Hell yeah, brother. If y'all keep watching the YouTube, we may get to the point where we can. They gave him the money to buy them. That's a lot of money. That's like $10,000. Because a car battery is like $100 or so, ain't it? Even if you're buying like a shitty one, it's like $100. I think at the cheap end. We have room for the car batteries of the missile silo? Hell yeah, brother. I saw the SigVid cross to Millie. Hell yeah, brother. That just crossed like 2 weeks ago or so. Maybe a week or two. We're not eating the batteries. We're powering a PC with them. I think before we get wiring this all up, we need to get our our PC setup working. Let me see. I do have a fairly recently, because a while ago I invested in some newer PC parts explicitly for doing stupid PC builds for streams, which I think is a pretty decent investment because I made a lot of streams with it. And so, unfortunately, the last one that we built was the toilet PC. And the toilet PC made me take apart the frame that the thing is constructed on. I could have put it back together before stream, but I figured that was one that would be fine to build on stream again. Yeah, we're investing. We're investing! No, Mr. Taxman, I'm writing off the $100 I spent on rolling papers. It was an investment for stream content. Buying the... Dude, unironically, like, itemizing and writing off the rolling papers I bought for the Smokin' 500 Big Doints stream that I did last year is that's probably the most egregious thing I wrote off my taxes. But it was a business expense. Quite literally. It was all used for the love of the game, baby. $100. It wasn't 100, but it was a lot because they were pre-rolled cones. Because I wanted to make filling them faster. And then people, stoners kept showing up. It was, yeah, someone told me that what I make is effectively like unintentional rage bait. And I argued them a bit, but they're kind of right. Because that stream, the amount of stoners that came in to tell me I was doing it wrong, like, it was kind of unintentional rage bait, I think. Because I just do things wrong and I don't give a shit about it. And that pisses people off so much. Alright. We have this water block on here, but we ain't fucking with that. Not today, brother. We're putting the AMD single fan back on it. This is a table that can tell stories. Dude, you can literally go back. It was like a week or so ago. For some reason, I was looking for an old clip on my Twitter, and I was scrolling through the media tab. Because that's where I have the most edits. And I was scrolling, and as I go back, looking at, like, the thumbnails, you can see the desk getting less decroded as I went back. And eventually, you get to the point where it looks like a completely different desk. Like, it literally does not look like the same desk anymore. Which is kind of awesome. Alright, hang on a second. I took this frame apart. And unfortunately, like many times when I take stuff apart, I took it apart as if I was never gonna put it back together. Yo, Coal Mine, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate ya. Also, V1 Prime, thank you for the fresh sub. And Archeolocios, thank you so much for the Prime sub. If the desk is replaced, we need a crazy funeral stream for it. There's only 2 things that could happen to this desk. Either 1, I light it on fire as a ceremonious stream. Or 2, I chop out the part in the middle here. Because this thing is 8 feet long. I built it from scratch, and it's using a butcher block countertop as its top, and so it's a really long desk that you don't really get to see most of. And so the other alternative is I chop out the part that's all decrepit and I auction it off for charity. Or 3, you get a new one and destroy it at the get-go. Dog, that was option 1, motherfucker! Or we blow it up. We've had enough, like, fires. We've had enough fires in this basement, dog. We don't need too many more. Oh, this is the one that's sliding around. Fantastic. Hang on. Let's put our little test bench PC together. Eat it. Boof the table. How do you even fucking do that? It puts a smile on my face every time someone gets blocked from saying skibbity toilet. It's a moment of joy in a weary world, that's for sure. So shines a light in a weary world. How does one make a fuel cell for a car? Like a hydrogen fuel cell? Well, first you need a hydrogen engine. And hydrogen is pretty fucking dangerous, so good luck. Wait, what? Does this go on the bottom like this? Yes, it does. I'm missing some parts. Where the fuck does this go? Hang on a second. Does Mr. Streamer have a degree? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the tip, Robot Maker. Yeah, I have a degree in electrical and computer engineering. I guess it's technically in just electrical engineering. But I got enough computer engineering qualifications that that's what my job was when I worked. Yo, Ken Ashcorp. Hang on, I know who you are. You're the music man. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, I got a degree in smoking. The music man? It is the music man! He's the guy that does all, like, the anime remixes. Oh, he also did a song for Pippa. Which is kind of cool. Remixes? Sorry, they're not remixes. They're not remixes. They're original tracks. As I've used the wrong terminology. It's not a remix. It's actually an original composition. It was not Pippa the Rippa. It's the other one. It's not one that Pippa sings in. It's about her. Oi, oi. Get his ass. This is so sad. 1,000 lashes upon. No! They're gonna get my ass. They're lighting me up in the QRTs. Who is Pippa? Oh, my child. You know what? The people that watch me that have no interception with VTubers or weeb culture, I'm not going to sully your mind with such things. Don't worry about it. Yo, Salty Milk, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Pippa the Rippa, more like Pippa the Rip-Ass. Ha ha gum. I swear. Also, Snooty Roo, thank you for the Prime sub. And Vertrox Nightblood, thank you for the resub. You almost free from the VTuber audience. It's true. I mean, so, there's a lot of people from it that are cool. But whenever you get someone from, like, YouTube that's in the VTuber audience, I'm not saying they're not cool. I'm just saying... I am saying they're not that cool. Alright, hang on a second. Let's loosen. Right now, for anyone coming in, we're building a PC that can run off 9-volt batteries. I bought 200 Puxel brand 9 volts, and we're gonna wire them in parallel through an inverter and see how long it can power a desktop PC. A YouTuber live stream chatter alone is... Yeah, that's true. It's an odd one for sure. I don't do the dual stream thing, but I am considering it, because there are some people that will literally never watch Twitch. They're like opposed to it on like a spiritual level. Honestly, that's like, I understand. That's pretty real. Myoshi says I'm cool. Myoshi graduated. Time to become an adult. That's so sad. Just do it and discriminate against the YouTube watchers. They're gonna think I don't like them. Because I'm gonna be snarky. I'm snarky in the YouTube videos too, though. They should fucking know what they're getting into. Dude, this thing keeps getting stuck and it's driving me crazy. There we go. We need this, this is like a test bench type of setup. So this is what we're trying to rig up right now, just in case y'all are wondering what's up. This is gonna be so flimsy, I'm missing like half the parts. I don't have the other little like L brackets. I used to be big on VTubers, then I started ADHD medicine in my 30s and stopped almost entirely. You're like the fucking, you're like the woman who was like, sorry I haven't been active on my K-pop stan account. I started taking medication and then I stopped caring about K-pop. You're the real life version of that. That's hilarious. The Cure. It's not, you know, I'm not like super into like oh motherfucker, I chipped the top? How do I get this thing off? I'm not super into like the corpo VTubers so much. I mostly like it because it's like a creative, like I think it lends, it's a medium that lends itself to a lot of creative endeavors. That said, I did watch, the time when I watched the most corpos was after I suffered from a concussion in 2020. Or like early 2021. That's when I went from being like a clip watcher to a stream watcher. And I'm not gonna lie, there might be some sauce to that. Guys, he hates Pippa and Mari. No, FaZe is cool. FaZe is cool when it's the ones that I like specifically. I don't think there's anyone in there I don't like, actually. I shouldn't specify. People are gonna take it out of context and then be like, "Ree!" Hang on, let's get this guy on here. Dog, this is gonna be the jankiest setup on the planet. Just found out one of the girls from FaZe has a shotgun. Like in real life or as like part of their character model. Because for FaZe, literally any of those could be true. How the fuck did you do to get a concussion? You know, you say that like, you know, normally you'd expect, oh, it's actually like a boring thing. But no, it was very much like something only I would do. Also, YU13, thank you for the gift sub to Pippa, and Uncle Crunch X, thank you for the Prime sub. the way I got a concussion was I had a genius idea. I was like, dude, I wish that, like, I have, like, a couch in my living room, but it'd be really cool if I had a more comfortable way to chill. What if I hung a hammock in my living room? And so I found what I thought were two studs in opposing sides of the wall, and I hung a hammock, not like across the middle, because I wanted the whole room to still be functioning. I hung it like near the ceiling. You had to use a step stool to get in the thing. So it was like 6 or 7 feet off the ground. Anyway, one of them was not actually in a stud. It was in like a thin plank that someone had put behind the wall when they did some repairs fucking ages ago, but it showed up on the stud finder as a stud. And when I was chilling in the hammock, the end fucking ripped out of the wall and dropped me on my head from 6 feet. Anyway. Get a hard hat? You want me to, like, walk around with my fucking, like mental patient football helmet all the time? Nah, man. You gotta sometimes fucking live. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand how to have a good time. All I'm saying. I wouldn't do anything different. I was talking about this earlier. Wait, y'all live like you never take any risks. What the hell are y'all even doing? Sometimes you gotta hang a hammock in your living room and then get dropped on your head from it. And then you'll start watching anime streamers for some reason. And then you'll start editing anime streamers. And then you get well known enough as an editor that people start commissioning you to edit streams. And then you go hang out with some of the small streamers you're editing, and then they tell you you should probably start streaming. And then you start doing it, and then you realize that that's a lot more fun than editing. And then before you know it, you fucking quit your engineering job so that you can be an idiot on the internet full time. Truly the domino effect, where the first domino is getting a concussion. That sounds pretty lovely. Yeah, it's pretty great, honestly. I love streaming. It's a ton of fun. I get to do shit. I was doing this shit just for the love of the game for so long. And now I get to do it for an audience. Alright, hang on. Concussions and engineering don't sound like they go together too well, but streaming, yeah. I've never been a great engineer, for what it's worth. I got really good grades in college. I graduated top of my class. But I did not... I ain't like, you know... I'm not one of those guys that's gonna be solving the problems for the whole company type deal. My main, like, advantage in the workforce was pretty much just that I could make things really, really fast. I could get something working really quick. And that's about it. Which, also, for streaming, is an incredibly good buff, because a lot of other people can't do projects on streams because it takes them, like, 10 hours or more to get a prototype running, and I'm able to go, fuck it. As close enough. Being able to go, fuck it, good enough is pretty useful for this. You know? Alright, hang on. I gotta find my, I gotta find my little rail. Motherfucker. I'm knocking stuff off the shelf. There we go. These little T-nuts for these. If you could re-spec, would you change anything? Nah, I kind of like how my life is now. I don't indulge in wishing for different things. Regretting past mistakes is cringe. That's what's made you into what you are. Something, something. Are you gonna overclock the PC? Y'all are expecting too much of me, dog. I'm gonna be lucky if this thing gets past the boot cycle. If it gets past the boot cycle, I'm gonna be celebrating. You're asking me if I'm gonna fucking overclock it? I gotta need a reroll. I got addicted to things at an early age. I don't know if you're talking about like cocaine or like video games. But I will say God was smiling upon me when he made Minecraft become popular like years after I was a child. Because if that shit started popping off, if it popped off 5 years earlier, I would have accomplished nothing. In my youth. I never would have learned how to do any of this shit. Because I did this as a hobby since I was young. I would have just fucking built cool redstone shit and called it a day. It would have scratched the itch in my brain. I would have gotten one-shotted, man. It would have done me in. But can it run Doom? Dude, not only do I think this should be not only can this run Doom, it can run Doom 2016. Which is like, not normally the Doom that you get the things running when you're just seeing if it can run Doom. Alright, you know what? This is pretty janky. But I kinda love it. You're saying the younger generation was cooked? I'm just saying they got a few more vibe checks they have to survive than I did. Did you see that God is subbed? What does that mean? Also, Bushnell, thank you for the gift sub to... Wait, thank you for the gift sub to God. I am old. Minecraft was word set around high school and college. Same. I made mods for Minecraft. Well, you know what? Maybe I wouldn't have been cooked, because Minecraft started, like, it went into, like the beta to... I started playing it at the end of beta, and that was when I was, like, 16. And I started playing a shitload of it, but I started making mods for it. And I even had a mod that got played by, like, someone who, at the time, was a popular, like, mod reviewing YouTuber, which was pretty cool back then. It wasn't Direwolf. No, it wasn't someone that popular. It was someone who I didn't know who they were. They weren't someone that I watched, but other people knew who they were, and they got, like, pissy that my mod got reviewed and theirs didn't. And I was like, oh, damn, that sucks. Anyway, I don't know, I guess you should get your fucking chud up. Because it was like adults that were getting mad that my mod, which was objectively not as complicated as theirs, but it was a hell of a lot more fun. It was getting more recognition. Alright, let's see here. Is this just stuck on by thermal paste, or is there, like, something else here? No, I think... Dude, I think this is just thermal paste. Why the fuck is it stuck on like this? It's really stuck. Yeah, all the... Hang on. Everything is off of it. Why is it so stuck? Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. 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 We might have some, We might have some problems, bros. I don't know if you can see this. That's not looking so hot. No, focus there. No, focus there. Motherfucker, focus on the... Dog! Just pull it straight out? You got AM Ford, bro? Oh my gosh. Alright, hang on a second. You know what? Impressively, I think the pins are all straight. Oh my gosh, dude. It fucking yoinked it out of the damn socket? It's really stuck. Holy shit. Why is it so stuck? Alright, well let's slide it off like that then. Alright, that'll do it. Don't ever say that I didn't apply enough thermal paste. I don't want to ever be told that. Bro, use the thermal glue. Dude, Normally you should twist it off, but the water block mount sucks. Yeah! The mount isn't the best for multiple reasons. Especially given how many times I've reseated it for different builds. It slides out of the damn socket. Please tell me they fixed this with the newer sockets. The AM5s. Alright. AM5 Plus don't have pins on the CEU. Bless up! They got rid of that. I've always thought that because Intel has always been pins on the socket, right? Also, this shit wobbles around if it doesn't actively have something. I think this mount just sucks ass, honestly. Shit, I hope I have the original mount. I think I do. This is taking a little longer than I thought it was going to. We need to hurry this shit up. We got, like, 200 batteries to wire up. Instead we're dicking around trying to get this damn PC working. Alright, hang on. Stripper is the best pliers. It's the ones that were in arm's reach, and if you look at the end, there's little pliers. Let me take a piss real fast. Alright, we're back. Thought they could stop the demon, I'm back. Let's get the motherboard box out. And then hope and pray that the original mount is still in there. Is this what was expected when getting your degree? No, this is significantly better. You're not gonna get me with the fucking, like, mind trick where it's like, oh ho ho! Do you regret doing this instead of what you got your degree in? No, motherfucker! This is what I always wanted to do. I worked in the proper field in R&D for 7 years. I know what the industry is like. And I know that I'll take this any damn day. Place bets, how many capacitors gonna blow? Y'all are... if you jinx this, if you guys fucking jinx this project and something blows up, I'm entirely pinning it on you. Alright, here we go. One capacitor is pretty optimistic. Gamba, did you wipe? I took a piss. What am I wiping? Do you wipe your knob after you piss? Since you mentioned wanting to do a vodka-cooled PC, can we consider this the affordable PC building arc? Nah, PC build... I've been doing wacky PC builds for like the last, I don't know, probably year and a half or so. Actually, no, I've been doing this shit since like the beginning of streaming. It's something I've always been entertained by. One of my first project streams was making a PC out of, like, garbage. Can you make a jet engine? It's on the docket, actually. There's a few other things that need to happen. What you gotta realize is there's, like, tiers, right? It's like, okay, if we want to do, like, a project like building a jet engine, we need to have, like, equipment and stuff that we can, like, weld with and, like, do some light fabrication. We got, like, a couple more streams of building up the fabrication stack before we can start building a pulse jet. I've wanted to do a pulse jet build forever, though. It's something that I've wanted to do since before I even did any streaming. Well, actually, hang on. I'll just put these in. Yeah, these won't come out. You have a battery, you have a welder. Okay, a pulse jet weld needs to be a little bit better than the, like, absolute dog shit I was laying down to tack weld, the top on those steel-toed sandals. I can already tell that one's gonna be a YouTube video for next week. Will be the steel-toed sandals I made. I can already tell. I can sense the mass aneurysms by anyone that does fabrication watching that video. Because the amount of dog shit fabrication happening, it's unprecedented levels, even for one of my streams. And the worst part is, I actually proper know how to weld. I'm just fucking doing it with a microwave transformer that I've rewound. Where's the other spring? Spring? Ah. I somehow misplaced it. Alright, well, when I find it, I'll put it back. Insert narrator voice, he's never gonna find it and put it back. Put that over there for now. Do you mess with chemistry? I've done a couple chemistry streams. I'll be real though, not as comfortable doing those as other streams because I don't know chemistry that well. So like with electricity, I pretty well know my way around it. I mean, I literally like worked with it as a career. But with chemistry, there's so much stuff where I'm like, what if this accidentally reacts with some shit that I don't realize it's gonna react with, and then it creates, like, poisonous gas that kills me. That's kind of my main concern. Alright, let's get the fan on here. Wait. How does this clip on to the thing? Do I need... I think there's another part of... I think there's another part from the motherboard box that I need. Yeah. Hang on one second. Yo should play my summer car. That's my kind of game, honestly. It's like... It's ridiculous and, like, picky. Which is absolutely in line with the type of stuff that I build. This isn't even the... Wait, this is a different motherboard. Wait, the motherboard is in this box. Where's the box for this motherboard? Tomahawk Wi-Fi. What the fuck? Wait, what the shit? I didn't even realize I had this. Alright, hang on a second. I'm trying to find the motherboard box here. So I imagine that's where this will be. Why do I have this motherboard? Did someone mail me this? This is a whole ass other motherboard. It's like not quite the same, but it's pretty... This is like a higher tier one than this. What the hell? Why do I have this? Where did this come from? Interesting. Let's put the water block cooler in here so that it doesn't get lost. So wait a second. Where is the... I need... These mimics, dude. What MOBO is that? It's a Prime B550MA Wi-Fi. It's an AM4 socket. Do you know what I also have here, though? I also have a MAG X670E Tomahawk Wi-Fi, which is an AM5 socket. And I completely forgot that I had that. But I have it because one of my friends had me swap his motherboard and CPU out, and then he just never wanted the thing back. So I just have it. That's like a good board, though. I don't know what he's talking about. Don't worry about it. I'm just I forgot I had these things, man. That's a nice board. I know, right? Said friend was having a lot of problems with it, I think. Which is why they asked me to swap it. But then I was like, do you want it back? And he's like, it's out of warranty. So, or like, it's out of the return window. So I can't get money back. I should sell that off or something. Oi, oi. Where? Well, hang on. I thought this would be good. Wait, no. Wait. No, actually, this is good. I didn't need these. I got it twisted. I don't need these at all. This has thumb screws on it. I thought I needed like a clip system that I had lost or something. Alright. And my brain might be fried. Okay. It's got thumb screws that are much easier to use a screwdriver on. Hang on, wait. This is gonna... Hang on, wait. Rotate this guy the other direction. This shit's gonna push on the ram. I didn't think it was gonna take this long to put a heatsink, to swap the heatsink on this board. Oi, oi. Don't you want a grounding thingy for this stuff? I'm not carrying high amounts of static electricity down here. I'm not on carpet or anything, so I should be fine. But you're right. You can wear a ground strap to help prevent potential zapping of your CPU. Alright. Finally, let's put the power supply back on it. This guy here. We're running a 500 watt peak. We won't be drawing 500 though. We don't have a GPU, which is your main source of power draw. Dude, I'm missing like all the screws to mount him in. What CPU is that? I can't remember, but it's one with integrated graphics. So, if you think you're gonna actually, streamer, that one doesn't have integrated graphics, then don't even try, dog. Don't even try. Make sure to discharge yourself from time to time. Yeah, I reach over and touch the ground on my, power supply. Earth ground, not the, like... not the ground, like... setting. Dude! Hang on. Let me find my... Oh, no. I know. I bet I got the screws in here, actually. Fuck that. Put on socks, walk on carpet. I'm doing this with my bare toes. That's how you know it's safe. I definitely got the right screw somewhere in here, right? Surely. This one looks about right. Yeah, baby. That one was right. Not even the mandals? Nah, I am wearing the mandals. Why? Wait, why? What do you mean the mandals? Why is there a specification that it's man sandals? Because, like, people say, like, merce for man purse. Because, like, men don't normally carry a purse. But, like, I feel like sandals are not an inherently woman-coded footwear. But maybe I'm mistaken. Dude, what are these giant bolts in here for? Put all this shit back in here. All these self-tapping screws. Where's my PC screws, man? You know what? 2 bolts is enough to hold it. We'll call it there. I'll put those in there, too. Fuck it. We're taking too long on the PC building part. We gotta get a move on. We have so many batteries to connect. This is basically it for the PC. Now, technically, I'm only promising that we're going to be able to drive the, I'm only promising that we're going to be able to boot the PC off the batteries, but it would be really cool if we were able to boot the PC and run the monitor off the batteries. That would be pretty sick. Alright, hang on. Turn this guy around. Alright. And the hard drive is already on there. It's this little NVMe guy. So this should be an effective little bench testable PC now. First stream coming from YouTube. Welcome in, Insect Wrestling. Did a Raspberry feel like cheating? I would only need like 10 9 volts to power a Raspberry. It literally, it just wouldn't be that cool. The thing that makes this cool is powering it off like a ludicrous amount of batteries. And it'll be really cool if we run Doom on it. How hard did you have to make sure you said insect correctly right now? Why do you guys always try to like Freudian slip check me? Is ever since that that stream where we were burning the incense. You've got me on here. How many batteries is gonna take? I have 209 volts. So hopefully less than 209 volts. Connect two together so they get real warm. Has nothing good displaced the Raspberry yet as a cheap, good project computer? There's a few other good single-board computers. Raspberry has the most, like, support, though. Like, if you run a Raspberry, you're going to be able to find most of what you need for it a lot easier than other stuff. Hang on, I'm just getting my stuff organized here. Also getting my monitor. So I can make sure this whole shebang is working. Now, we're setting up the thing here just to make sure it functions as is. The main reason for this is that I need to see what the current draw of this PC is on a 12-volt supply. So I'm going to plug it into my power supply and see if my power supply can handle running an inverter, which is then running the PC. So here, inverter, power supply. Let's clamp these up. Turn on the inverter. This is what happens when a white guy watches too much hentai and anime gacha. What the fuck does that have to do with anything we're doing today, brother? We're running a PC on batteries. What does that have to do with anything? We need like instead of first time, you know, we have the first time chatter where he's like the Giga Chad. We need like a first time dumbass emote to counter it. What's the GPU? We're running internal graphics. Why? Because it cuts down on the power. That's why we're running this CPU instead of the other ones. Holy shit, thank you for the 1,000 bits! Razor Rampage. I appreciate ya. Glad you're able to catch it live. When your thoughts can only be formed if you're comparing something to something else type chatter. Alright, let's see how we got here. I can't remember what the CPU here is. That would help, actually, hang on. I forgot I just pulled the thing out of the box. Let me see what the box says. If I have the outer, like, shell of it. It's a Ryzen 5 4600G. 4600G Ryzen 5. It's not too intensive of a CPU. If it's a shitty inverter, it is a shitty inverter. So I'm not putting high stakes on it being the most efficient device known to man, that's for sure. But here's hoping it can do something, you know? Ooh. Hang on a second. Get my cables together. Get my... Yeah, here's the power cable for the display, and then we need an HDMI. And I'm not going to plug a keyboard in. I don't think we need it for this test specifically, you know. HDMI cable. That the CPU is a Threadripper? Oh yeah, baby. The crazy thing is you can run Doom 2016 on this PC. It runs like dog shit, but it does run. So we can do the old run Doom on 209 volt batteries. And if it won't boot at all, if we can't swing it at all, then we'll have to turn to the Raspberry method, which will be admitting defeat. Alright, first... let's plug this into the... Alright, turn on our monitor. Plug this into the inverter. Oh, shit. Wait, I have to start it. Why 2016 and not classic? Because it's more of a flex. Like you can run Doom Classic on a pregnancy test, but it takes a somewhat significant PC to run Doom 2016, right? Hang on, I forgot to add a power button. Shit. Hang on a second. It's already natively just drawing more current in idle, so we're looking great, basically. Which pins do I have to short? Hang on. Just screwdriver it? Don't worry, bro. I'm literally getting out the good old shorting screwdriver. We can jumpstart this. It's one of these. Oh! There we go! Alright, those are the pins that you short. We're drawing... It looked like we hit 5 amp startup there. And now we're at 3.5 amps. It's jumping up to 6 randomly. Devices changed. CPU or memory. CMOS has not been retained. Oh, fantastic. Booting into Windows, we're still drawing about 3.5 amps. Honestly, not bad so far. This shit's running on, like, 60 watts, it looks like, is the top that it's hitting. It's kind of jumping all over the place while it it goes through. Okay, it's going up. 60. Oh, it hit 70 there for a second. Okay. And it's booted into... And I know you're gonna cringe at me for this, but it's running Windows 11 because that's all I could get when I was making the boot drive the first time I used this thing. So booted into Windows 11, and it's holding stable at 40 watts. Now here's what I'm also curious about. All right. What if I run the screen also on the inverter? And turn it on. We're not on batteries yet. This is a bench top test. All right, we're hitting 80. The screen draws like almost as much power as the PC. Booting Windows 11 and running stable is a test in of itself. You know it, brother. Yeah, okay, now it's stable at 65 watts, running both the screen and this. And this doesn't have peripherals, so no mouse or keyboard, which we're going to need, which will increase it slightly. Alright, we're going to go for just the PC then when we're running it. Because this thing fucking... Wow, that's got the fucking vice grip on it. It drops from 65 to 38 when you unplug the screen. Alright, let's turn it off. Not a proper shutdown, but I don't think it'll be too affected. We ain't running anything. Not yet. Obviously, it's gonna go up and down when you run stuff. Let's pull this guy over here. Alright, we have our benchmark now for the amount of power that this is gonna take. We can totally do it. And we have our PC set up. So now is for the fun part. We gotta build our battery bank, which is gonna involve a lot of wires and duct tape. Scared for this PC? The char marks on the desk? Ah, you must be new here. Yeah, the desk has been through hell. Don't worry about it. We'll take the inverter off here. We just need 2 big lug nuts for the inverter to clamp onto. Well, actually, no, we can build... Wow, that thing is already warm. Holy shit, it's barely been running. The native React start screen. I see that we get the same algorithm on social media, because I also saw the the guy who found out that whenever you press start, it opens a native React app instead of, like, having a built-in system. That's crazy. That's crazy. I will literally never use Windows 11. I'm still running 10 on my main PC, and I will run 10 till the day I die. We gotta open all these fuckers out of the packaging. All these PUC cells. Oi, oi. Here, focus up. My laptop still runs Windows 7. That one, I get it. Windows 7 is a pretty great operating system. However, it's time to let go, little bro. These are like the people that were running Windows XP, like, several years ago. I updated to Windows 11 by mistake. One of these days, I'm going to accidentally do it. And it's going to piss me off like crazy. If you split a Romex cable, you can make a bus bar. I'm way ahead of you, dog. We are going to be making a giant bus bar out of split cable. That's how I did with the capacitor banks I soldered together when I made my railgun. I gotta bring back the railgun, man. It's dangerous, so you gotta be careful for sure, but like, it's a great concept. Can you cut an entire row while it's in the box? Here, let me see. Because I could do it across the top. They kind of... Alright, that didn't quite work what we were going for, but let's see if I can... Let's see if cutting down the center like that makes it easy to peel. Not quite. I appreciate your efficiency increasing, like, attempts here, but that ain't it, Chief. You know what's easy? That. Oh, hey, Good Cat Gaming, welcome in. Use a blowtorch on the top shrink wrap. Y'all hate repetitive tasks. I think you need to find your inner zen. And not the one that you're sticking in the side of your lip. Sometimes it's, you know, sometimes you don't have to spend 2 hours trying to find the most efficient path to solving a task that takes 15 minutes. Sometimes you can just do the task. ADHD loves repetition. I'm tired of this fucking Twitch chat diagnosing me. Shit. You've already got me to admit that I very likely have ADHD because I fit all the symptoms. You don't also have to be like, this is also a sign of ADHD. A Zin might help, though. Literally my job at Amazon. What, this? You're the Puxel opener for Mr. Bezos? Oi, oi. Oh wow, this is creative. I can't even tell if it's sarcastic or not, man. Dude, I'm telling you, it's sitting in the back of my head ever since I said it like an hour ago. Stream where I'd buy like 100 cheap smoke detectors and put them all over the basement and then blast a smoke bomb. That's a gas idea, man. That's actually such a great idea. Hang on, I'm writing that in a book. I'm writing that in the idea book. Smoke detectors all over basement. The whole stream would basically just be me mounting 100 smoke detectors. The detector. And then, and then the end would be it going off and seeing how fast I can do it. Can you split an atom? I wanna build a fusion reactor someday, so don't worry, bro. It seems hazardously loud. I'll wear hearing protection, like I do on mini streams where I'm doing shit that's loud. But it sounds like... it sounds like it would rock. A Farnsworth fuser? That's literally what I'm talking about, yeah. I would love to do a stream where I make a Farnsworth fuser. It's pretty expensive, though. It's something I've been talking about it forever. But hey, man, sometimes the best ideas, they require a little bit of rumination. I talked about wanting to do battle bots, but other streamers can control them forever, and we're, like, about to do that. Check out this shit. This is my, I've made this modified BattleBot, so this one runs on this big DC motor instead of the smaller brushless one that requires a fatter battery. I was working on this guy, like, last night. This thing could spin up to, like, an insane RPM. It absolutely, I threw, like, throwing, like, boxes at it, it sends it absolutely flying. So I'm trying to get, like, after stream, this is typically what I'm working on. I'm trying to get the other one, I'm getting the other one converted too. And then I'll have them fight each other and we'll see how it goes. If all works well, then there'll be a little event coming soon. Did you not do BattleBots? Oh, I did do that, but that's not, like, I want BattleBots that can destroy each other. Those weren't capable of destroying each other, but they were chat-controlled bots that were fighting each other. So that's kind of cool, still. You ever do a redo of the BattleBot project? You should make them modular. They literally are! They are modular! And I'm developing other weapons, because I want to eventually, after doing, like, a stream with it, I want to eventually be able to spin it into a bigger thing. To quote the great Shindigs, big things coming. At the very least, I want one that's a beater bar, and then one that's a, like Tombstone, where it has, like, the big front spinner. Those are classic designs. They're in, like, every BattleBots competition. What, are you gonna connect Lovin's again? No. I have developed a bespoke server software. This has been ongoing for, like, months. I have developed a bespoke server backend that can host a website that you go on and you type in the code of the robot so multiple people can connect at once, and then you can steer it around with tank controls using your keyboard. And it's pretty good. It's pretty, like, low latency. Even running through a proxy. You're gonna have a little lag on the video, but, like, the movement itself, like, even if I'm using my hotspot, which still has to go a big loop around through the internet, it's still pretty responsive. Why haven't you shown your inventions to William Osmond's Fair? What do you mean? They're talking about open source? Don't get me started on open source. TLDR, I went there last year and showed off my project. They treated their exhibitors pretty badly, and I would have to be paid to go back. I never want to go to open source again. It's like sandpaper on his brain. Why do people bring it up so much, man? I feel like, yeah, like, once a week someone asks. It's coming up soon? I guess it is. That's true. While Watcher skipped 30 minutes. I'm not going off. I've had my say many other times on what about it. I don't need to go off again. I'm going? Good luck. Didn't someone get robbed? Wouldn't be hard to rob someone. There were, like, random homeless dudes walking around when we were setting up and picking up shit at booths that were unmanned. Because they had, like, no security. That's new info? There's so much stuff. I probably missed stuff. I gotta pick my conventions wisely now. I basically, cause like, now that I do this as, like, my career, basically, I have to pick conventions that make sense for me to go to. Typically ones where other people that I know are gonna be there. And that one just doesn't have that many people that I know that are gonna be there. So it doesn't make sense in, like... It doesn't make sense to spend a lot of money and take time off streaming to go to it. So basically TwitchCon and Offkai are basically the only conventions I'll go to. And then, maybe MagFest, because I can drive there and it's cheap. So like MagFest if I'm like in the mood / have time for it. And then TwitchCon and Offkai are like the business ones to go to. MagFest seems cool. MagFest is fun. MagFest is the most fun convention, and it's the best organized, like, as a convention. TwitchCon's decently well organized. It's overpriced, though. TwitchCon, you barely even go to the actual con. And the panels, like, there's occasionally good ones, but there's not a lot for you. If this works, I'm gonna flip. Are you... Well, why do you doubt? Why would you doubt my project, brother? Is TwitchCon one of those business or don't bother cons? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going to TwitchCon unless you are a streamer. And even then, I would say don't go unless you either have friends there or, like, you have, like, something specifically you're gonna do. Like, you get invited to a party or, like, an event of some sort. Like, I would not... Oh, off Kai, you can kind of go and just, like, hang out with people. It's a little more chill, and the con itself has, like, you can go to the artist alley and whatever. But, like, TwitchCon, I feel like if you... Because it's so broad... Offkai is a VTuber one, just FYI. Do not go to TwitchCon unless you're a partner. That's a pretty good metric, honestly. But even then, don't go there if you don't know anyone and expect to be able to meet a lot of people. You'll meet some, but it's... Most people are going there to go to specific sub-events, you know? Please upload the stream where you constructed the cancer cannon on Uwoslab VODs. Alright, hang on. Get me, tag me in the Discord for it, and I'll see it after stream and get it uploading. Is this safe? There are many unsafe things about this project, but it's not that dangerous. The what cannon? Don't worry about it. In before he has 5 other pings in the Discord, just clears them and forgets. It's funny because there's 2 types of chatters. There's the type that's like, oh, you know, I made this thing to show off, and I want to show it to him, but I really shouldn't ping him, you know? I don't want to bother him. And then there's, at Uwoslab, how's your day today? There's only 2 types, man. And then when someone, like, makes some... They'll make it... There's people that'll make stuff for me, and they won't put it in the art channel, and then I'll just never see it. And it's like, dog, you can tag me for that. That's like something you put effort into. Half the time when I'm being tagged, it's for some bullshit. I guess I'm a nobody because I don't do either. No, that just means you're, like, normal. The Krabby Patty stream was more dangerous. People are going the fuck off about that stream, man. They're like, he's definitely getting food poisoning. Oh, he's got a worm. He's got a worm in his brain. But it's like, no, man, it's fine. You think I've never eaten raw beef before? When I was in college, I would eat that shit out the tube. I just saw the second box. Yeah, we ain't done yet, brother. Methylene Blue stream to follow up. It's no different than beef tartare. I mean, pre-ground beef, I would say, is a little more unsafe. But it's not like... It's not gonna kill you to eat it once. I wouldn't be preparing my food like that on a regular basis. Maybe you've had worms in your brain. The worms in the brain led to the decisions that led to the concussion. But the concussion killed the worms. And then it returned my brain to kind of normal. Are you running these through an inverter? Yes. Yes. Just due to the stability offered by a PSU and my inability to get a DC PSU. Alright, we fully shucked one box of 100 Pook cells. Now, we just need to wire these fucks in parallel. What class of desktop? The CPU draws about 65 watts at load, which ain't too bad. I plugged it into the thing, and even through the inverter, running at, like, idle, draws about, like, 40 watts, which isn't too awful bad. Yeah, 65 was with the monitor. But we aren't, like, running... Like, once we start running a game or something, it's gonna kick the CPU up. You want to make a bigger battery? Yeah, basically. Basically. You know, it's funny, because inside... Did you guys know inside of a 9-volt is more batteries? If you've never seen it before. I don't know if I want to open these up, because I have a symmetric number of them. But if you crack open one of these, there's 6 tiny batteries inside of it. Yeah, 6 quadruple A batteries. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find... Okay, hang on. Here's an old, yeah. I have a box of trash laying over there. Here's an old Duracell. It's gonna be pretty good for showing this. So, if you've ever known someone who is a pedantic asshole, and you said, hey bro, can you give me a AA battery? They might have responded with, actually, it's not a battery, that's a cell. A 9-volt is not a cell. A 9-volt is an actual battery. The difference between a battery and a cell is a 1.5-volt single unit, and a battery is a collection of cells. And a 9-volt is, like, legally distinct as a battery because inside the shell are little tiny batteries. I picked the Duracell one because some of them, they cheap out and they're not in independent little carriers, and it's a lot messier to crack it open. But, a Duracell, I think, will actually have, like, distinctive cells with metal walls inside of it. Alright, let's pry this guy open. Alright, hang on a second. Something, don't try this at home. Yeah, honestly, you could try this at home. Your biggest risk is cutting yourself on the metal. Which is pretty sharp. Let's pull this guy completely apart. And look inside. Alright, take the metal shield off. And you can see there's a little collection of individual cells inside of it. And you can actually take this further. If you want to disassemble it fully, you can take this apart. And they're all, I think they're spot welded. Yeah, little spot welded cells. You can cut them apart if you wanted to use them. If you ever need something that requires a, it's not a triple A, it's a quadruple A. In terms of, like, you know. Here, this is an old dead one. So if you ever need something that needs a quadruple A and you don't want to go to the store and pay a ludicrous price for it because it's a weird niche battery, if you got a 9-volt kicking around, you got 6 quadruple A cells inside of there. What uses quadruple A? The only thing I've ever had that's used it is a, is the pin, the active powered pin for a Surface Pro. Other than that, I don't think I've had anything that's used it. Sometimes little remotes and stuff use them, though. Most of those go with coin cells, though. It's cool to know. It's pretty neat, right? Most people don't know about this. Most people don't know this exists. The ends are a little corroded because it's old. I like that you can just kind of pull apart the tabs. I don't know if this has any voltage left on it, but it should be 1.5 volts on each of these individual cells when it's new. This one might be deader than a doornail, though. No, you're at like 1.2 or so, 1.3. So there's a little bit of voltage left on these. You can see they've had a decent amount of fall off because it's mostly a D cell battery has 36 coin cells. No, it fucking doesn't. Shut the fuck up. You know how you know if it has tinier cells inside? If it's 1.5 volts, which is the natural voltage you get from a single cell, then it doesn't have smaller ones inside. Those little batteries that are like 12 volts or like 6 volts that you put in stuff, those do actually have little batteries in them. They have little cells, little coin cells stacked on each other. Coin cells are literally seething right now. Yeah, it's the property of the chemicals. Hang on a second, I gotta piss again. Alright, boys, we're back. We're back, baby. Let's get our quadruple A's somewhere else. Alright, now's time to start making banks. We could probably build it into the box, but I kind of want... I want the Pooksell brand visible. Just for the hell of having it, you know? Also, if we did it in the box, we're losing a little efficiency because we gotta do a lot of fucking rows. It'll be better to have longer rows that we can stack vertically. I'm thinking we do rows of 20. Like this. I don't know. It depends on how many we can get, like, stable, right? Does the box lid have branding? Oh, yeah, it does. It does. It says Pooksell. Okay, maybe we could... Ah, fuck! I fucked up the box. Oh, no, bro. They were in nice, neat rows. Alright. Ah, my Pook cells. What you gotta do with them after? That's an excellent question. I don't know. We'll figure something out, though. Don't worry. I think we should probably... Hang on a second. Yeah. Let's do... like 5 cells in a block. Tape them shut. Tape shut 5 cells in a single, like, brick. So that's 4 bundles per row, but then wire them in rows. We can also print out the Pooksell logo. Which would be pretty good. Make a heater by connecting a bunch end to end. A classic. I once thought I was gonna set myself on fire because I had a 9-volt in my pocket and a coin perfectly positioned across the terminals in a way to short it out. Hang on, we don't need all this tape. Let's split it horizontally and then do this. Yeah. That works. Alright. Ah! Alright, hang on. Finally, the Pooksell 45 volt. Are we just taping batteries? Yeah, this is part of the process. Trust the process, okay? If you try to tape the entire row at once, if you try to just wire the row up, it's all gonna come apart. You gotta, like, you gotta bind everything together. I've learned this. Oh, you could also do it this way, so that you can do multiple... Like, you can lay, like, a plate here and here and here. Oh, there we go. Bro, we gotta keep my eyes sharp. If I make a mistake, dude, if one of these batteries is backwards, that shit's gonna turn into... It's gonna turn into a nuclear bomb of battery heaters. Shouldn't you make a jig to make this easier? Alright, see how like a second ago I said y'all get lost in the sauce too much and you want to spend like 2 hours making something to make a 20-minute task into a 10-minute task? This is the epitome of that. I don't think it's worth it to make a jig. I think I could just do this. Depends on how long it takes to make a jig, I guess. One wrong battery's a new hole in the table, boys. Oh, imagine the voltage with this configuration. Oh my gosh. Alright. There's so many, too. Alright, let's bind these. That one actually does have a backwards one. Luckily, they're all very clearly labeled. Thank you, Pooksell. Also, didn't DankPods only start using Pooksells because they include them for free with, like, the most cheap dog shit electronics imaginable? That's kind of epic. This one looks weird now, being like fully wrapped like this. Yeah. Put bare wire on the tape and lay it across the top. That's literally what I'm gonna do. At the end, I'm gonna just arrange. The reason why they're in individual bricks is that you can't just tape around a whole set of batteries, because then when you try to pick it up, they're all gonna fall out. You gotta tape it in segments so that one battery falling out doesn't cause a crazy, like, effect where they all come undone and fall to pieces. So we're taping them into mini banks, and then we're gonna go through and tape the terminals together. We're gonna tape wire on the terminals, basically. Whether we could use what we've done in the past, which is where I strip out long copper wire by, like, laying it out, and then I cut down it, pull the coating off, and lay it across and tape it down. Could do that. Could just roll aluminum foil into a big fucking strip and run it down. Who knows, man? Why not just tape the bottom? Because that's not that secure. You're using, like, video game logic here. Like, yeah, technically there'd be an adhesion across the bottom, but how much, like... You see how the bottom is indented slightly? Look how little surface tension there is on that. That would take nothing to tear off. Side, on the other hand, much harder to tear off. Yeah, y'all think I just do shit. I have reasons for why I do this, why I'm doing this the way I'm doing it, man. I'm telling you. It's better surface adhesion to tape them like this. Why not use the box itself? I want the ability to run these in the most efficient possible configuration for wiring. Like, right now, I'm just setting them here. We could put them in the box when we're taping up, like, the final one. But also, I kind of want it to look like a bunch of 9 volts taped together. We could just have 2 cardboard boxes with wires coming out. But that doesn't look very interesting. And... you know, at the end of the day, we're trying to make something that looks cool. How big will the explosion be? It's not even gonna be an explosion. It's gonna be like the blackest smoke you've ever seen and a horrid electrical fire. It's not even an electrical fire. It'd be a chemical fire from shorting these out. The rule of cool is universal. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Didn't Adam Savage say something about this? Y'all motherfuckers love Adam Savage. Listen to his ass. Don't breathe this? That wasn't Adam Savage. That was the Blintech guy. Like the video where he built a Gundam model? Did he do that? I didn't even see that one. I've seen a lot of his videos, though. Cause I don't know, he's the one Hollywood guy who did cool shit with projects. Oi, oi. Can't believe they stopped making Will It Blend. It was the best ad for the blender. I think that's why they stopped making it. Like, what else could they do, man? They already blended everything. The place I used to work, they quoted... I talked to some of the marketing guys at some point, because I can't remember. We were talking about some kind of product thing. They're like the website and shit that they have and like the web resources they had were really shit. They were fucking drooling over the Will It Blend guy. They were like, we gotta find our version of the Will It Blend guy, dude. Now they had the greatest. That was the greatest online like product demo ever. They were salivating over how well that did. They brought it up like more than once. Cause it's advertising that that people wanted to see. They're like, we gotta do that before our industrial product. And it's like, that's kind of a funny idea, but like I don't think it's quite the same market. I know nothing about electricity. If you plug them all into a toy, will it fry as soon as you turn it on? So if they're all wired in parallel, no, it won't actually. It'll just power the toy. Unless the toy expects to be current limited by the batteries, which is pretty bad design, but some toys do use that. Which, being current limited by the batteries mean they don't have any circuit or like any electrical components that limit how much power they draw. They just like draw as much as the battery will give them. Some of like more older motorized toys do that. But if they're not like that, then they're gonna use as much current as given to them, and that's it. Make your own rocket fuel powered blender. See, that's like too abstract. Why would the blender be powered by rocket fuel? It's like trying too hard, I feel like. I don't know. I'm never too appealed by ideas that feel like it's like trying to cram like every archetype into one, you know? You can overvolt. Okay, so if you connect all these in series, then you can do some crazy shit. Oh, another reason why I'm wiring them like, or why I'm connecting them like this is after this project's done, assuming I don't blow up the battery bank, I can take it apart and have these that I can like plug into each other and do stuff where I make like higher voltage with it and shit. Are you hooking these to a PSU? These are going to a PSU, yeah. They're going to an inverter and then a PSU. If you want the technical details. Make meal using lawnmower upside down. I was gonna say that's a ridiculous idea that you just drop make meal on it. However, I am gonna make meal using a hydraulic press. That's hopefully that's gonna be Thursday's stream. It depends on if I can get my dye working. But it's basically gonna be making a meal, but every ingredient has to pass through a 1 centimeter hole on the bottom of a hydraulic press cylinder. Is it possible to make a wheel that when you push it forwards, it rolls backwards? I don't feel like that would be that interesting. Maybe as like a novelty, but I don't know if that's interesting to do for like a stream. You could definitely do something like that because you could like hide like a wheel in the center and then have like a gearbox inside and then the part that touches the ground is on the outside. Stream that lets rich people enter heaven? You want me to... it hydraulic presses an entire cadaver through a needle's eye? That'll be an epic, The overlap between tech bros and dank biblical references is not that high. But that would be epic. Yo, Game Overloads, by the way. Thank you for the 500 bits. Are you spot welding these? No. I'm just gonna tape the terminal to the top of them. I don't have a spot welder. I have other welders, but not a spot welder. Googling cost of camel meat. I gotta make a pilgrimage down to, oh shit, what's it called? There's, in Cincinnati, Ohio. Jungle Gyms, that's what it's called. There's a place that sells, like, every meat imaginable. And it's in, like a grocery store, but the grocery store looks like a theme park for some reason. And it's got, like, mascots everywhere and shit. I've never been, but I've heard a lot about it. I want to go. And they would probably have camel meat. The meat park. I mean, it's not just meat, it's like shit from all over the world. But the most interesting thing they have that people talk about is generally that they, unlike other stuff where it's just like, ooh, here's snacks from Korea or whatever. Here they're like, oh, you can eat, like, jaguar meat and buy it here. Like, shit like that. I live in Ohio. This is public lore that I live in Ohio. How long can the batteries operate while connected to the PSU? You come here to ask the same questions I did. And the answer is we're gonna find out. There's not a lot of, like, specs I can get on these batteries. Crazy, I know. But I was trying to find a data sheet put out by Pooksell for these batteries, and I couldn't find one that gave, like, discharge info or anything. You can get them on, like, you know, Duracell or whatever, but not Pooksell. Each 9 volts should have 5 watt hours of power, so 200 get you roughly a kilowatt hour. It'll last maybe an hour. We only need it to be able to boot up Doom. That's all we're going, is running Doom on 9 volts. If I remember correctly, Doom on this PC does run like dog shit. It's like actively laggy. We could run an older version. We could run Doom Classic, but then everyone's gonna be like, bro, you could have done that on a Raspberry. I would love to run Doom on simpler things. I ran Doom for the TI-84 on, like, hot dog water or something. It wasn't hot dog water. I should make a stream where I run something on hot dog water. That would be cool. It is rocking integrated graphics, yes. Use hydraulic press to create the every meat burrito from regular show. That's like binging with Babish if he was a crackhead type of thing. All right, I'll look that up. I'm not a regular show watcher, but I'll take a look at it. Babish did make that burrito? That sounds like... It sounds like Babish activity, for sure. Alright, hang on. Let's see the most efficient way to wire this boy. It was the last one they had in the store, bro. Alright, hang on. Maybe we shouldn't use all 200. I don't think we need all 200 to power it up, but maybe we do. I don't know. Oh, that's a lot of 9 volts, you may be thinking. Well, guess what, motherfucker? Guess what? We got a whole box more. Are these carbon zinc? These are carbon zinc. I think I incorrectly said in the YouTube announcement post that they're alkaline, but I was wrong. They are in fact carbon zinc batteries, which makes them significantly worse. But significantly cheaper. How much did it run you? $110 for 200 cells. Which, say what you want, that's pretty damn cheap. For what it is. And, if everything goes right, we'll get another stream out of this. How efficient is the inverter? I think it's like 80%. Actually, it's 1,200 cells. 50 cents a battery? That's not bad. Most 9 volts are at the cheapest. If you buy them in the highest bulk possible, are like $1 a battery. These guys being 50 cents a battery is actually crazy. I don't know how they make them so cheap. PSU is probably like 50-70%. You guys are like nitpicking the numbers here, but you guys can sit and diddle your numbers all you want. I got the PC that we're using. I got it, plugged it into the inverter, and ran it on my lab power supply, which tells how much the current draw is. And it's at idle 30 watts, and at load 60 watts. Sure, we'll find out why they're cheap. I mean, they're carbon zinc. That's why they're cheap. They're not alkaline. Carbon zinc batteries have a much worse lifespan. It's probably fine is the point. That's what I'm saying, man. People are so afraid. Go in the Twitter comments of the announcement post, man. They're fucking nitpicking it apart. Oh, I bet he didn't think about this. Oh, I bet he didn't think about stabilizing the 3.3 volt line. Motherfucker, I'm just running it through an inverter. Told husband you were doing this. Wasn't sure if it was one battery or a lot, and then came into this shot. Yeah. We're Pook selling it up in here, bros. You ever bought something that made the cashier give the look of why do you need so many of these? Because I order, most of the time when I'm buying bulk stuff for a project, I'm buying it online. I'm trying to think, there was something I bought in a store where I was like, they're probably like, why are you buying this? And I can't remember what it was. Oh, I do remember a while ago. This isn't what I was thinking of, but it's different. This was like maybe a year and a half ago. I was buying parts for a project that used PVC pipes, and I was buying, it was a lot of angle bins and a lot of pipe caps with like a long length of PVC pipe. And the guy at the cash register was like, I don't know if you can buy all those. And I was like, really? And he's like, nah, just kidding, it's fine. Did you buy the PVC pipes and gamer subs drip? I was not wearing the gamer subs drip when I bought them. I don't believe so. Oh, speaking of, you've given me a segue to talk about gamer subs because they sponsor me. They are opening warehouses in the EU and Australia. So before, if you lived in Europe or Australia, you had to pay like a ludicrous amount of shipping. And now, it's not gonna cost you that much in shipping anymore. I think they're doing a promo. I don't know if it started right now. I think it may be. I think it has, actually. where they give you a free shaker if you're from those areas specifically. No Canada? I mean, they have a North American supplier, so, like, yeah, you gotta pay, like, the import, but it's not as expensive as you were paying if you were in Europe or Australia. A friend of mine used to pay $50 per can. What the fuck? Bro is going crazy on the caffeine powder to pay out that much. As someone who's, you know, paid to promote them, I simply would have not bought them if they cost that much. I miss the JoJo shakers. Yeah, man, those were hyped up. They might do a restock, but I don't know. I'll announce it if it is. They gotta be, like, happy they got a JoJo collab. That's fucking top shelf. Alright, let's make some more bundles here. Email them to check in the back room. They gotta be, like, listening to people who are ordering internationally, because they also did that special a couple weeks ago where it was free shipping, and it was international free shipping, which was a big deal for a lot of people. Didn't realize they charge more for EU. It's still $49 there compared to the US. Shame. There is extra, like, taxes on shit, so it's probably related to that if I had to guess. Part of why they're popular as a sponsor on, like, YouTube and Twitch channels is that they pay their creators pretty consistently. Like, no matter where you order it from, it's basically the same amount. Compared to something like a Twitch sub, right? If you get a Twitch sub in the US, I get, like, I don't know, $3 of it. But if you get one and you live in, like, Brazil, I get, like, 80 cents. Because they try to, like, properly adjust them based on how strong or weak the US dollar is where they live. Not that I'd be complaining. I'm just happy that anyone supports me at all. But that's how that's how things work when you're an international. When you sell things internationally. Oi oi. You need an Igor? What, to fucking tape batteries together for me? Where's the fun in that? You need an Igor. I remember someone found out that I lived in Ohio and they messaged me and said, Bro, I also live in Ohio. If you ever need someone as a test subject for your experiments, hit me up. This is where you can contact me. And I was like, dog, I don't want to even begin the, like, legal ramifications I would suffer from using someone as a test subject. That shit would get me I also live in massive state. I mean, if you live in Ohio, and I publicly live here, you can pretty easily figure out what area of it I live in. That's not too much of a secret. But, nonetheless, I'm not gonna fucking use someone as a test subject. Bro, if you ever need someone to tape batteries. That guy thinks he's gonna be, like, the person I'm aiming, like, the cannon at. and you know, is gonna, like, launch a hot dog into his mouth or something. That's not the actual thing I would need help with. It'd be like, hey, bro, can you help me, like... Can you help me, like, clean up the basement after I blew chicken all over it with an airbag? The stuff I need help with is far more mundane or foul. Yeah, bro, can you help me clean up all these fucking Nerf darts? Oh, yeah, sure, bro. Let me pick the ceiling. Let me pick the turkey out of the ceiling rafters. Oh, man. Get a dog for that? Having a dog would have made cleaning up all the raw turkey easier. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, shit. Ah, my pook cell. Outsource all your cleaning to Bordeaux High-Ends. That's the spirit. Dump the rat oil. When are you getting a conveyor belt? Dude, a conveyor belt would actually be like a useful thing to have on hand for so many different builds. I think keeping a watch at the local industrial supplier to see if they have one that... And to see if they end up selling one that's within budget. I do it, but I'm not gonna move to fucking Ohio. This is my advantage against if someone doxed me. No one's gonna hurt me. They'd have to come to Ohio to do it. They ain't gonna debase themselves like that. Found the sushi conveyor belts on Alibaba. They start at $800. That's too much. We gotta... You can't be going in with, like, a brand new conveyor belt. You gotta get, like, an old stank one that they've ripped out of an existing fixture. Ohio is a force field. Yeah, if someone finds out where you live and you live in, like, LA or something, good odds someone can be like, ah, he's only 2 miles away from me. That's only a short 3-hour drive. But, like, if you live in Ohio, like, what are the odds if someone else lives near enough to you to fuck with you? Cooking on a conveyor belt stream win. I like the idea of cooking challenges. I do it pretty often, I guess, for content. I think it's because I watched a bunch of Cutthroat Kitchen when it was airing. It gets my mind moving with different shenanigans. Yeah, one second. I have this tape dangling over here. I'm gonna go ahead and make one bank just to get it out of the way where I'm disposing of the Puxel plastic. Alright. Is Cutthroat Kitchen the one with Alton Brown and the BDSM gear? I don't know what you're talking about with the BDSM gear. I think you were watching, like, what if they called it Freak Throat Kitchen and it was freaky? I don't think you were watching the same show. But there was a lot of shenanigans. It was the one where, instead of being, like, Chopped, where it was like, oh, I must beat my opponents with skill and mastery of the culinary arts, it was like, you can spin 3 potatoes to make the only mixing bowls in your opponent's kitchen into different percussion instruments. And is like, it was a creative show, man. You 100% use kink stuff. They had spreader bars. I don't remember the spreader bars. There's that one dude who saved all his money and still won. Yeah, the gimmick was you had money that you won, like, as your prize money, but you could spend your potential prize money to sabotage the other players. I'm thinking you just didn't know what they were at the time. Also possible. I ain't freaky like that. It is a great show, dude. Cutthroat Kitchen kicks ass. Alton Brown was the, he was the Adam Savage of Food Network, for sure. And if you guys, like, you're maybe just extrapolating that from what I just told you about Cutthroat Kitchen if you haven't seen any of his other stuff. But, like, literally all his shows were like if Adam Savage could cook. Because Good Eats was also kind of like that. It was like he would, like, make stuff from, like, history or, like, crazy, like, experimental food, and then he'd talk about the science behind it and, like, how to do it. Have you ever seen Chef? No, I'm not a Jon Favreau enthusiast. Alton was the only one doing it. He was the only one doing it like that. Everyone else on Food Network was like making like, you know, here's how to make a meal in 1 hour that your kids will like. He was the only one doing this kind of stuff. It came on later at night. The other Food Network stuff was running like the daytime slots. That was when you were getting like your Jada De La Rentas and your Ida Garten and your Rachel Ray and your, I can't remember the Pioneer woman's name. I have a deep intrinsic knowledge of Food Network stars. I think I could name more of them than I could actors. Julia Child? I don't think she was running on Food Network when I was, like, young. I think I was a little after her time. Julia Child was, like, the OG, right? 2 shots of vodka? That was Jada. She was a pseudo-alcoholic, I swear, man. Maybe just a full-on alcoholic. She was pairing crazy drinks with every meal. And they were drinks that kind of sucked ass. She was really good at, like, making... Like, I've used some of those recipes before. She was good at making Italian food, but her drinks were, like... Oh, add, like, a shot of Midori and, like, a giant fucking pour of vodka and squeeze a lime over it. Maybe throw, like, a cucumber in it or something. It's like, dude, that's... I don't know what she's cooking with that. I've watched so many VODs, I thought about skipping the yapping part. No! Nah, you're missing the good part. Deadliest Catch made me a God-fearing American. Also, I'm not dicking around here. I'm going as fast as I can. Deadliest Catch kicks ass. Alright, yeah, if you were... I was not only a Food Network watcher, I was also, like... I was also a History and Discovery Channel enthusiast. Everyone knows about, like, you know, your Pawn Stars, your American Pickers, your American Restoration, maybe, if you were really on there. But, like, there's other crazy shit on there, too. River Monsters, that was a great one. The amount of people that weren't to work on the ships because of Deadliest Catch, that's crazy if true. Because Deadliest Catch made it look fucking miserable. But, if you seek adventure, then I can see... Dude, there's a fly. Where's he go? Bigfoot Hunters? That one kicked ass. How's the 15-minute task? Maybe you should have used the blowtorch like someone suggested. Oh, that's true. Maybe I should have blowtorched my batteries, you fucking idiot. Get the hell out of here. Some of you guys really don't get the charm of the stream. Ugh. I swear, dude. Love watching someone unwrap batteries for an hour. The unwrapping is not the long part. It's taping them all together, and then here soon it'll be wiring them all up. And trust me, this one can't be expedited with a blowtorch so much. We're running out of space to put the bundles. What do you expect from the new generation? This is the real reason why the stream is 18 plus, but the videos on YouTube are 13 plus. It's not just because the swearing is censored on those. It's because this is not a stream paced for the young Zoomers. This is a stream paced for like a Northern Lion type of audience. This shit is live. Anything can happen. Exactly. I appreciate stuff like a Fillion stream where, like, shit can be going 100% the entire time and the stream wraps up in a couple hours. I got a lot of appreciation for that, but I think there's a lot of charm in doing, like, a crazy build where you don't know if it's gonna blow up or not. Even if it doesn't, and there's nothing interesting that happens, you have the constant suspense of not knowing what's gonna happen. Who up shucking they batteries? Look, my point is, it's disingenuous to say that I spent an hour peeling batteries. The majority of the time has been spent making these little bundles. And getting everything arranged right. What the fuck do you mean? Philly installs longer than you do? Sometimes, yeah. But I feel like she has a lot more streams where it's just one thing after the other, you know? Where's the Temple Run Subway Surfer Family Guy videos? I leave it on the viewer to provide their own. You know, even smartphones now are powerful enough that you can run multiple tabs. Just get that shit going on a YouTube tab in the corner. I ain't gonna be offended. This is the part where things probably aren't gonna blow up. But I can tell you this right now. The people that get impatient and fucking click around, something crazy happens and then they're like, shit, I missed it. And it's like, yeah, bro, you took the easy way out. You weren't willing to sit through the monotony of the yapping. It's not even monotony. You weren't willing to bant with the best, so now you can't pog with the rest. True Uwo heads, crack open a cold one and wait for the slow burn. Exactly. If you're not into this, the YouTube videos are always there. And I literally play both sides. Hang on a second, actually. I don't want to split the tape again, then have it dangling and sticking to my arm the whole time. Ah, fuck it. Let's do all of them. Let's do every Pook cell. Every damn Pook cell. You ever done a stream where you make a Samsung Galaxy Note 7 blow up from playing games? That stream would have kicked ass in, like, 2016. Or whenever that happened. Dude, if you had come up with that stream idea 8 years ago, it would have been ballin', man. I don't know if, one of them's backwards. Wait, is it really? Don't fucking, you're lying. You're fucking trolling. But I am gonna check before I... You're a radio DJ who does mad scientist stuff? That's what I'm saying, man. This is why I always say I can tell when someone from YouTube comes in. Because someone from Twitch knows that most Twitch streams are just a guy yapping. It's just this part of the stream minus the part where something can blow up. I have added the additional entertainment factor that something can explode or catch on fire or, you know, go wrong or be awesome. One of the two. One of the sets. Your favorite part's the daily games? The daily games are excellent mauled content. Came in from YouTube, heard there was yapping I was missing out on. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome from the YouTube. I am glad how many people come in from YouTube. The main reason is that before, my main growth metric of this channel was tied to Twitter. And having to post videos on Twitter and have people come in from Twitter. And I hate Twitter as a website way more than I dislike YouTube. So I'm really glad that now, you know, it's YouTube that people come in from. I still post some edits on Twitter occasionally, but I don't, like, lose sleep over trying to get ones out. Dude, this one feels like it's bulging already. I don't know. It'll probably be fine. I love that these stick to everything. Jabroni Mike sent me? Hell yeah, dude. Mike is cool. I'll be doing a stream with him at some point here soon. Out of curiosity, can I use a torch to break the seal on this? Kinda. Ow, fuck. Alright, so that's if you brush it across the top. I feel like it's not... See, the problem with all the optimization methods of it being shown from the top is that it takes longer to pull it down like this than it does to just shuck it. Like, this is so fast. See? It's like shucked in like 2 seconds. You screamed at the guy for suggesting that? Yeah, but then they're being snarky about it. So I kind of want to... I'm being one-guyed a little, but I kind of wanted to just show that it's not the most efficient, even if it melts the plastic. You got the muscle memory now? True. Found you from the YouTube VODs and Mike mentioned you on stream? Oh, hell yeah. Mike's a cool dude. Ah! Oh, my Puxel. Are you eating the plastic? Yeah, I'm stuffing it in my mouth every time I pull it off stream. Dude, I ate so many of those fucking toothpicks yesterday. I can't wait till my farfars come in tomorrow. Oh. Mike is too malty for my taste? Nah, I listen, and you're not gonna find this as a surprise at all. I fucking live for the mauled, man. It's so funny. What is happening? We're making a giant bank of 9 volts to power a PC off of. Trust the process, brother. Toothpick poop is gonna be painful? I've already shit like 5 times since eating them because they have sugar alcohol in them that makes you shit. Maybe the South Korean government was kind of spitting when they said it's not a great idea to eat that many toothpicks. Dude, I woke up early this morning, like hours before I would normally get up. And I was like, I woke up and had to go shit. I woke up to pee before. I've never had to wake up to drop brown. And I completely forgot until I started stream and someone brought up that the toothpicks cause you to shit. And I was like, oh, that's why. Because then I went back to bed and like 5 minutes later, I had to get up to shit again. Oh, I wonder why I have this gastrointestinal distress. Oh, it's because I ate toothpicks. Yesterday's stream, I don't want to call it a bust, because I think it was still pretty funny. I think conceptually and, like, physically, it was a pretty funny stream. But, like... way less of those straws were edible than I thought they were gonna be. That's for damn sure. I ate a lot of wood. What is that emote you linked? Hang on a second. You ate a plate? I did eat a plate. Oh, hang on. Add that. Add that to the stream. The toothpicks are yummy. I literally chew them to a pulp. I was deep frying them and eating them after they puffed up. Dude, I love the crunch. I love the crunch. I love the taste of fry oil and the crunch of the toothpick once it's fried. The plate, on the other hand, I did get a little splinter in my gums from eating it. And I didn't want to act like I did because I knew you guys would just be like, told you so, told you so. And I didn't want to fucking hear it, man. Wonder how those toothpicks would taste fried in salt. They'd probably taste salty if I had to guess. I want to try salt frying things. I've seen it. It's not technically frying, I guess. People say air frying. Fuck it. Salt frying should be what it's called. But like where you get hot salt and you puff up stuff in it. It looks cool. It looks pretty good. If you boiled up and ate the hippies' cutlery, does that mean next cooking stream you'll be grinding up grandma's bone china and eating that? No. Grandma trusted me with that bone china. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna take this guy out because he doesn't match. And then these guys will be our spares. Our spare banks. And this should be enough. I mean, fucking look at all these cells, man. Look at all this. Also, this weighs a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot of batteries, man. All right. Let's see. I'm wondering what the most efficient wiring combo on this is. It's gonna start really stressing the batteries if we use too few. Oh, hang on, shit! I gotta check and make sure, That's on 9 volts, has 9 million volts. If you connected all of these in series, you would have 2,000 volts, which is pretty fucking high. Not perfect. There. I'll put the spare in it, so it's a perfect cube now. It needs to be fully symmetric, though, so that we can do 2 banks that run in series. Hang on 1 second. Let me check. I know I have a little like power rectifier. I think this will knock us to 12 volts. Input 12 volts, output 24 volts. That is not what I needed to do. I I need input more than 12 volts, output 12 volts. Hang on. I know I have one that does that. If I have to, I'll rip it off this robot. I do have a giant 12-volt rectifier on this guy. Burr, 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 burr. Hang on a second. Let's borrow him for this project real fast. There's 195 batteries in this right here, yeah. I have 5 that I've kept to the side as spares. Love has won again. Are you guys fighting again? We can't have another incident, dog. Y'all gotta give me some slack. Hang on a second. Glad I made this easy to swap out. I was kind of thinking when I cooked this one up. I'll have to get him a new 5-volt rectifier though. Input 8 to 40 volts, output 12 volts. Excellent. That's exactly what we needed. Now, it says 3 amp max. Not quite what we need here. We need a little bit more juice than that. But it can probably be overdriven, right? 36 watt DC-DC converter. Alright, 36 watts. I mean, at idle, it's 36 watts. As long as it doesn't get too hot, it should be fine. Alright, let's set this guy up. Let's take away a couple banks, actually. Let's take away a couple banks. We'll have these as spares in case we have any problems. I think what we want to do is... yeah, this will be one, this will be the other. So this will be one 9-volt bank, and this will be a second 9-volt bank, and then these will get wired in series to give us our 18 volts that will feed into this converter. That will get output as 12 volts into the rectifier, and then that gets converted into 120 volts AC, which gets used by the power supply of the computer, and then gets rectified back down into multiple 12 volt, 18 volt, and 3 volt lines. Yeah, now it can be symmetrical. That was the main reason why I reordered it. Alright, I think we do 3 rows like that. The reason why I want them arranged like this is so that we can have single long rails down that connect them all together. And then... This does leave us with these. Oh, we just do this. Because it also needs to be, like, pretty easy to, like, pick up and shit. Wait, no, this doesn't work. Yeah, wait a second. Because then I have to do this. Motherfucker. Oh, and then I do... Okay. We'll just do this, I guess. I think this is the one that's the most, like, mechanically stable. Because if you go too long, then it's gonna, like, fall apart when I try to pick it up. And I don't want any of that. New desk mark? There's no new desk mark. It's the same old desk mark as before. Alright, here we go. There's a lot of steps for smoking out your basement. What will you say to the firefighters? You guys just can't let me have good things, man. It's always something. Watch your video. I watch your vids on YouTube on 2x speed, so it seems like you're talking slow. Dog, why do you watch them at twice the speed? I guess they're kind of long. I guess, yeah, you know, some of them are like 30, 40 minutes. That is pretty long for a YouTube video, I'm not gonna lie. Actual Zoomer brain. Here, maybe actually we can do this. Oh, yeah, hang on. We could just remove these. We could see, you know, we don't have to use all the batteries. I just wanted to have enough. Let's do this arrangement. I think this arrangement here and then the same up here. Remove some batteries from the circulation. Bro is content pilled. He's got to sit through it and go to the next 2-hour documentary. Hey man, that's how I watch YouTube. Where's my aluminum foil that I keep around? I have like a dedicated basement roll of aluminum foil. But I can't remember if I stole it for food or not. Uh-oh, maybe I did steal it for food. Where'd I put it? And yeah, I know aluminum isn't the best conductor here. But like, pound sand, man. It'll get the job done. It'll get the job done faster than anything else. And it'll have good conductivity to the batteries. 1 second, I'm gonna go up and get my roll. Alright. Yeah, baby. Alkaline bats? They aren't even alkaline, they're carbon zinc, which is worse. Ooh, this width is actually perfect for making a big aluminum foil bullshit. And now we need to be really careful that we don't short out a bunch of the cells at once, or we're gonna have the world's biggest hand warmer. And the stream will be over instantly. Alright. Oh no, not the aluminum foil strip. What's wrong with the aluminum foil strip? Y'all worry too much. Where's your sense of adventure? Can we gamble on whether you start a fire? Nah, I prefer to not have y'all rooting against me actively. I feel like running that gamba is gonna encourage a decent amount of you guys to be rooting on my downfall. All right. We would never. I'm rooting for you to lick a battery. Why do you guys want me to lick the 9 volts so bad, man? Is it not enough that I'm configuring them in a deadly configuration? All right. Hang on. When you watch a sorry, I'm too old to do this regularly enough to know. If you watch a YouTube video at 2 times speed, does it pitch correct the audio, or do you sound like a chipmunk? It does? It doesn't nightcore it. Okay, okay, it pitch corrects. That's what I was wondering. You tell which one of you are weebs by which one calls it Alvin and the Chipmunks and who calls it nightcoring it. How many batteries you need to make the PC work? Well, we're trying like... What is this? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50? We're trying like 150. We'll see. Technically, this should be enough. But we got a lot of losses and like physical constraints. I've talked before, one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. It's called Running Doom on Potatoes. And it's a guy who wires a bunch of potatoes, like a bunch of potato batteries up to run Doom. And the original idea is he runs it on a Raspberry. But he has like... He literally, like, fills his garage with potatoes. It's like the whole fucking floor of the garage is covered in potatoes. And, like, he has to, like, boil all of them, because boiling them makes them, like... It makes them a lot better at, at being batteries, basically. And he, like, boils them all, and it takes him fucking forever to make them. So... Because you have to, like, wire, like, a nail and a strip of... Like, a zinc nail and a strip of copper in every single one. And they're all cut up, and they're in the floor, and over, like, the time scale, you can see it takes them, like, several days to get it all wired up. And by the end, the potatoes are, like, rotting. And if you've never smelled a potato rotting, it's, like, one of the worst... It's like one of the nastiest smells ever. It's disgusting. And he's just got this garage full of rotting potatoes. And he's like clearly miserable by the end of it. And he's like, fuck man, it's not even working on the Raspberry Pi. I don't even care anymore. Just run it on a TI-84. And then he runs TI-84 Doom, and he's like, look, there, it's Doom is running. But you can, like, you can fucking hear the fatigue in his voice. And then he uploads it to YouTube, and it gets 1 million views, and he never uploads another video ever again. It's the perfect YouTube video. Oh my gosh. He doesn't need to, he did it. But he was regularly uploading before this, man. And I feel kind of bad for him because he got fucking whipped by the Potato Doom video killed him, man. It's real? Yeah, dude, I'm not lying, I promise. He stuffed out his drive to make more videos. You could see in the end where he's like, never mind, I don't want to be a YouTuber. Basically. He doesn't say it. But you can feel the energy. You can feel the fuck this energy by the end. It's so relatable. Everyone's had a project like that where they're like, dude, fuck this project. Reminds me of the fastest 3D printer video. Some of these dudes go crazy on these things, man. Does the garage still have rot? I didn't do it, so I don't know. I'm assuming he had to clean it out because the smell of rotting potatoes, I don't know what it is about them, but they smell horrible. They're really bad. This project is one big hell, yeah? Hell yeah, it is. I'm wiring up these bomb-like contraptions right now. The sunk... Dude, it was sunk cost fallacy. You could see it. You could see it on his eyes. It fucking reeks. It is. It's so bad, and I do not know why potatoes smell so bad when they go bad. But they do. You know I love the tuba. How do you... What even brings that up? That video is like... It's a brainworm for me, man. Isn't he wiring it backwards? No. Stop trying to psyop me. You're trying to gaslight me. Sorry, I forgot which psychological term I was gonna misuse for this specific instance. Oi. He legit did videos before that and got like 20k views. The Doom one got 3 million and he never uploaded again. I know! I know! That's the thing, is that video is a masterpiece. It's a great video. It's a great video without like the meta commentary on on him being so disheartened by it that he didn't make another video. It's just good all on its own. But it is really funny that it was like his breakout success and he was like, fuck it, man, it's not worth it. Ah, don't lay that across the top. Dude, it's gonna start a fire. You know I love the tuba. Listen to this, here go. It's such a good video, dude, if you've never seen it. Hoomst. Oh, hello, Heenus. We wiring up the battery banks. I want to find my YouTube niche, monkey paw curls. For what it's worth, I thought the same thing was gonna happen when Mr. Green made the sodium duck video. Which, if you've never seen it, is one of the best. It's one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. It's, he tries to make a duck out of sodium metal, and he doesn't fucking know how to do anything. He's like winging the whole thing. He really, like, he understands chemistry, but he does not know how to fabricate anything. And he's like cutting like 1/2-inch steel with like a Dremel bit, and he's like, it took me 3 hours to get through this. The entire video, it takes place over a time lapse of like 130 days. It's a psychotic video, but like, it's amazing because he actually finished it. I love that video so much. I love the fact that he's willing to do something that he doesn't know anything about, just like for the hell of it. And the best thing is, Mr. Green, the guy that made it, was originally a Nile Red parody channel called Nile Green. And he would upload videos where he bought like chemistry equipment, and he was just like absolutely like fuck up doing stuff. And then he had like an AI Nile Red voice over it going like, next, I mix this together and get it completely fucked up or like whatever. And it was a really funny bit. But then that got popular enough that he got like 100K subs just from uploading those shorts, because they got like millions of views. So then he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna do basically like Nile Red videos if he uploaded more often. And then he, knowing like barely anything, started actually doing it, and they kick ass. They're some of the best maker content on YouTube. It's awesome. I love the caffeine video. That's my favorite one of all of them. I'm gonna try to make some caffeine, and like every shot of the hand is like, and it's like spilling shit all over the place. He had a collab with Explosions and Fire. That's awesome. Oh yeah, he's also Australian, because Explosions and Fire is Australian. It's wild that both Explosions and Fire and Dank Pods have had collabs on Cold Ones. Because it's so, like, not the kind of thing I would think they'd collab with, but they're channels I watch that I would never expect to collab, but just by the nature of being Australian, they're like, alright, let's do it. Australia is culturally punching above its weight. Unless you're, like, weighing them as, like, an entire continent. But that's just, like, kind of unfair. Hang on, let me get another reel of electrical tape. I'm running out. Cold Ones is goated. It's one of my favorite YouTube channels of all time, dude. It's so funny. They do great bits. What can I say? Alright. This should read... I mean, it's gonna read 9... Or no, it won't read 9 volts across this, because these aren't connected in series yet. I need to then I need to jumper these together after they're all in place. I miss their Fiverr videos. The Fiverr videos are great, but I get why they stopped doing them. Same with, I really miss the Cameo videos. The Cameo videos were some of, like, the greatest stuff on modern YouTube. Alright, 10.2 volts. So we're getting voltage across there. I'm gonna assume most of them, at least, are connecting. When's the yogurt effect stream? You gotta get the yogurt effect. The Gilbert Gottfried cameo. The cameo stream, the cameo videos died when Gilbert Gottfried died, man. He was the most goated person to hire on Cameo for literally everything they did. The clip of him where they couldn't get what's his name? They couldn't get the guy that plays Draco to say their like fucked up lines that they wanted to say, so they just hired him to do it, and he starts with, "Hi, it's me, Draco Malfoy." Oh, it's top shelf, man. It's one of the funniest bits of all time. Becoming the ultimate yogurt male. The Master Chief guy? That was the one where they got him to say, "Hey, Cortana." I can't remember his lines, but they got him to be talking to Cortana the whole time. That was also good. I think that was in the same video. It was top tier shit posting. It was. Oi, oi. I'm trying to think of who the good ones on there were. I know they got Tony Hawk, and they couldn't get him to say... They wanted him to say the phrase, "Hi, I'm Tony Hawk from skateboarding," but he wouldn't say it. Oh, man. They got... Was it Pin or Teller? I think it was Pin. They got one of the guy... They got the big guy from Pin and Teller to say, "I have AIDS." That was peak. That was peak tomfoolery. Teller is silent. Okay, that was Pin. Wait, does Teller really never talk? I didn't even think of that. I think I've never realized that. And I used to watch... What was it? Fooled Us? He said he had hearing aids? Yeah, but he says the phrase, "I have AIDS." Like, they still got him to say that. Not on stage or anything, but he's done talks. I've somehow never realized this. Teller does talk, just not on shows. Do you think it's like an Adam and Jamie type deal where they're kind of like, whatever, man? You had a whole episode of Star Talk. That's why there's the joke of Teller voicing a bird in the Angry Birds movie. I'm gonna be real, man. I've never seen the Angry Birds movie. But I can't act, I'm not acting high and mighty, don't get it twisted, because I saw the fucking Minecraft movie. Which is arguably more embarrassing. Because I'm pretty sure the Angry Birds movie is just a cartoon movie about birds, but like the Minecraft movie is legitimately stupid and also hilarious. Unfinished or finished? Both? I did go with friends and see it in theaters. Oh my gosh, dude. Bro who made Minecraft mods when he was younger saw the Minecraft movie. Who could have seen this coming? You ain't gotta put it like that. We almost got this wired up. We have 3 more to go. We have half of them in place. Lava chicken. Steve lava chicken, yes, tasty as hell. That's burned into my brain because I fucking did a stream about it. Trying every vaccination to see if they kill me? I don't know if I want to be doing that one, dog. Trying every vaccination at once to reverse my autism. You've been streaming more lately. You're starting to get content brain. That's how, because that's literally how you would sell it. That's the better way to sell the same concept. It's a curse. It is kind of a curse. But, like, at some point you just get used to, like, okay, how do I take this idea and make it, like, something that people want to click on? Even though it's basically the same thing. Because, like, this idea could have just been, like, running 120 volts on nothing but 9-volt batteries. And it's like, that's not exciting, though. Running a PC on nothing but 9 volts, that's a little better. And then, it slipped my mind. But then, y'all talked about it when I started the stream. The better one is running Doom on nothing but 9-volt batteries. Because people run Doom on everything. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, how's it going, brother? Welcome to the stream. We're building freakish battery banks right now. Do you have a formal education, or do you just tape things together and try not to explode? I have a degree in electrical engineering. And I worked in research and development for 7 years. And I also did a stint where I did education stuff for NASA. So yeah, I have some certifications. I have some legitimacy. I'm a mech engineer, I can't stand electricity. It is a real pain in the ass. But that said, you guys have, like, fluid dynamics and statics, so, you know. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. Y'all got some dog shit, too. I thought the NASA thing was a bit. It is kind of a bit, because I didn't, like, make rocket ships for NASA. But I did work for them. I legitimately worked for NASA. It was just doing education outreach stuff. I built robots and made a curriculum to show kids how robots work. Oi, oi. He's the girl that did the "fuck you, I work for NASA" tweet. Yeah, that was me, baby. All me. Suck my cock and balls, I work for NASA. He both designed a rocket and carried it by hand on foot to the moon. Yeah, baby. That's actually what I did while I was working there. You're the evolved Mark Rober? I'm like the crackhead Mark Rober. I think Mark Rober makes things, like, he makes things that he's proud of, you know? He creates projects that he loves and shows off and loves showing off. I make 3, like, insano project a week in the hope that I strike gold with one of them. Would you ever want to be an Imagineer? No. It's pretty cool, I've heard. But it's like, it's cool if you really like Disney. I don't think it's a pretty intense job. It's kind of like, from what I've heard, it's kind of like working for Elon Musk. Take that as you will. Where, like, if you really want to work at, like, SpaceX or something, you're, like, willing to deal with the 60-hour work weeks because it's, like, your dream job. But, like, the average Joe is like, fuck this. Big time YouTube frog. Welcome in, Handicap Turtle. Welcome. Mark Rober that doesn't edit Google logos on iPhones. You're trying to hit me with, like, Mark Rober lore that I do not know. Why does he edit Google logos on iPhones? That's my general impression of Disney regardless of role. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. It's a lot of big companies. It's not explicitly like Disney or anything. What printer do you have? Like 3D printer? I have a Bamboo P1S. I don't know if I've updated. I have like a list of stuff I have in my description, and I'm not sure if I updated that when I updated my printer. Mark Rober's self-driving car video had a photoshopped Google logo over his iPhone, and he lied about using You're hitting me with, like, I don't give a fuck, dog. I don't give a fuck about this petty-ass nothingness YouTube drama. Like, I've never heard of this. I have a neutral opinion of these people. I do not give a single shit. People always try to come in here and tell me shit about YouTubers. They're telling me drama about Linus Tech Tips. They're telling me drama about Mark Ass Brownlee. They're telling me drama about Mark Rober. I don't give a fuck. I don't know any of these people. Nice Prius battery cell. Yeah, baby. We go into Walmart with this one. Now, the hard part is when it goes dead. You have to take it all apart and then do this again. Mods, pull up the LTT Hard R clip. That's a funny clip. Don't at me on that, but that clip is hilarious. Don't say what. It's not what it sounds like. It's him not knowing what that meant. I'm out of the loop on this one. He thought that the term hard R referred to the word for mentally challenged people and not the N-word. And so he said... He was on, like, a podcast or something, and he was like, yeah, dude, I used to say hard R, like, all the time. And his employee who was on there with him was like, what? Like, oh, you know, everyone online was saying it back in, like, the 2000s. It's a great clip, dude. Yeah, the Linus Tech Tip thing. And it is like, he's like, do you know, like, what you're talking about? And then he reveals that he does not, in fact... know what that means. He got in front of that so quick. His employee was sitting there being like, dude, you're about to tank the business I'm employed at if you don't wise up. That's what made it so funny. It's him getting, like, actively worried. Yeah, he said American Dad said it, which is true. But it's true for what he's defining, but it's funny in the idea that they would say the actual one. How can you be online? I think you guys, and I say you guys in, like, a general term, not everyone here. There's, like, a lot of people who are online all the time underestimate how little other people interface with the same parts of the internet. You know? I was thinking about this the other day. Because, like, whenever you see, like, doomer shit on the internet, it always, like, assumes everyone is as terminally online as they are. And is like, the majority of people don't know what the fuck any of this is, dog. It's not the cultural phenomenon that you think it is. It's just the cultural phenomenon among people who are, like, really online, you know? That happens with a lot of stuff, I feel like. All right, we have all our tabs on this side. These need to be wired in, so all these are connected and all these are connected. I think we could use more aluminum foil to connect those. 90% of people spend less than 2 hours online a day. I know. Well, most people's, like, interfacing with the internet is like Instagram memes. And people forget that, I think, sometimes. Flipping it upside down like this kind of makes it easier to... I feel like I should, like, strap it in a little bit more. Because it's wanting to, like, bow out a bit. Alright. Here we go. We got one bank down. One more to go. I've powered my EV with smartphone battery one time and ultra caps. Just a short test, but proof it can be done? Wait, you actually did that? Wait, how big is your EV? What car is it? Is it like a custom one or something? How did you power it with smartphone batteries? I'm so dumb, like power a computer for 5 minutes. We're gonna try to boot the PC up with this. That's the idea. Oi, oi. 8 volts to 40 volts. Technically, we could run all... You know, we could try to just run this. And see if it can run the inverter. Because this technically can take 8 volts to 40 volts in to 12 volts stable out. And if it boots, we're trying to run Doom. Exactly. Went my whole life not knowing what Channel Awesome was until I watched Ina. That's so tragic. Bro was so close to getting out of it. Yeah, we gotta run the inverter off of this. Alright, 1 second. I gotta piss again. Alright. Ding, 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 ding. I get knocked down, but I get up again. All you ever want is in for now. I get knocked down, but I get up again. All you ever want is in for now. Man, perfect timing. I also just stepped out to piss. Me and Slab pissed in sync from across the world. We get some interesting people in stream. What's the output volt on the brick? 9 volts. They're wired in parallel, not in series. So we're not multiplying voltage, we're multiplying power output. Me and Scab were piss brothers. Hell yeah, brother. We piss together as brothers. Let me see if I can find another... because it'd be nice if I didn't have to fucking overload my 12-volt supply. It would just be, you know, it really put my mind at ease. But I feel like I'm gonna get forced into it. If I could just find my second one, we could wire those in parallel as well. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Maybe not. Dude, I found the bloodsucker. That's not what I'm after. It's after the other 5 volts. I don't know what I used it on. Like, I could have sworn I used it on something that isn't being used anymore. But I just don't know where it ended up, you know? This one's a 24 volt supply. Not really what I'm after. I don't know, man. Oh, it's the fish sausages. I don't know, bro. I don't think I have this anymore. Or like, if I know I have it around here somewhere. I just have no idea where it could have possibly, like, gone to. I can't remember what project I needed a high current 12 volt supply on. Oh well. I guess we'll just hope it doesn't burn up. Because it does say 3 amps max, but that's 3 amps assuming a long life. And here, that's an optional characteristic. Did he do the computer yet? Look, we're like almost there. Look, we already got 1 power bank. We might even be able to boot it with this. Is half your life, I hope fire don't start? I mean, yeah, basically. You're not wrong. First time catching stream? Welcome in. Glad you're able to make it. Alright. Yeah, did I make this 5 wide? Yes. Alright, that's why it's like this. I had to make these in such a way that they're like... I need to have weight on the top to make sure they're making contact. Quality batteries or dollar store brand? Brother, we don't have, like... We don't have the money for quality batteries. These are Puck cells. These are quality Puck cells. Ah, my Puck cell. These are the cheapest 9 volts imaginable. Yeah, these are the Dank Pods batteries. He's like single-handedly brought that brand more rep than they ever could have had. Dank Pods came out at the exact time. It was like this original stuff that like blew up. It was like nostalgia baiting for the 2000s, and he started like in COVID. It was the perfect timing. It's a perfect storm for a birth of a great YouTube channel. The car channel is also great. I can't keep up with all his channels, but yeah, I follow Garbage Time, which is his car channel. It's pretty interesting. The the only thing I'll rag him a bit for is the fact he streams on fucking Float Plane. But I think he's doing that solely for the love of the game. What the fuck is that? Twitch hyper fucked him? They didn't hyper fuck him. They withheld one payout, didn't they? Because he hadn't filed his tax info, and like depending on the country you're in, they can withhold you if you don't keep your tax up to date. That's not quite hyper fucking him. But I get why he would be annoyed with it, because he's already making his living off YouTube, and I think he just streams because it's fun. Like, even on Floatplane, where you have to pay to see him. I don't think he's streaming for a lot of people. I think he's just streaming for... He just wants to stream for someone, because it's fun to stream there. I get the impression. No, they hate Australia? I mean, like, you're not gonna catch me simping for Twitch, right? I like Twitch, like, in that I use it. I think it's a good community, but, like, the company itself, they definitely do some fuckery. So, if you say so, then they probably did do some fuckery, if I had to guess. Five times 500 is nice. That is nice. Oi, oi, Bezos is listening. This ain't the first time I've talked shit on him. He needs to get his fucking chut up if he expects to get people for talking shit on Amazon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rails. Let's run these all at once. We've got the other one as proof. As proof that it works. We can run this one a little bit faster. Legit, I only use Floatplane for dank. I think most people using Floatplane, they're either using them for Linus Tech Tips or they're using them for dank pods. One of the two. Alright, throw these over here. And now we just gotta fold these into rails. Dang Pod sounds like a weed vape. He's a guy that mods iPods, but now his channel is basically like anything vaguely music or audio related. He started diversifying to his other channels because I think he realized there was only so much sauce in the bag, you know? Alright, let's get these guys rolled. See, look, we're fucking cruising now, dude. Look at this shit. We got assembly line tactics here. He's also a good drummer. Yeah, that was like his job. He knows a lot about like drum history. I've learned a lot about random percussion history from watching his channels. And he gets people to... His main like appeal though I'll be honest, like, now that I do YouTube and stream stuff myself, he's like, he is literally exactly what you want to do if you're a content creator, like, professionally. Because a lot of things that, like, YouTube guys do is they'll become known as, like, the guy that does videos on this one thing. And then they'll get locked in on that. Like, if you do, like, gaming and stuff, you'll be like, oh, the guy that plays Minecraft, the guy that plays Stalker, the guy that plays Among Us. And then you're good until that game starts not doing so hot, and then suddenly you're like, shit, man, I shouldn't have been the guy that does this thing that's out of my control. Like, one of the hardest things to do, especially if you're on YouTube, if you're like a YouTube-centric creator, is becoming like a guy, like a personality, where people want to watch whatever you do, not just the things that they initially found you for. And, with Dank Pods, he is that guy. He's that guy that does iPod mods, but he's also, and that guy that talks about audiophile equipment, and that guy that reviews headphones, and that guy that does drums, and that guy that works on cars. Like, it's like a whole smattering of different things, and he's not like any particular, it's not like one of those things gets like 90% of his viewers, and then like the other stuff is just for like the super fans. It's like all kind of equally enjoyed because people just like how he is. They're interested in something because he's the one presenting it. And that's what I want. That's what I want to be. I want to just be able to do crazy shit. And people go, I want to watch this guy because he's doing crazy shit. Dank Pods is like a legitimate inspiration in that sense, right? Where like, he's always put his personality into what he's done. He's never been a utilitarian watch, you know? He's my favorite Aussie after Steve Irwin. He's definitely up there. More cams. Sorry, we can't. You're only famous because you're sexy. Yeah, my fucking Ohio beer gut is pulling all the views right now. If I lose that, it's over, man. I'll be washed. I enjoy I Did a Thing's crazy builds too. Yeah, yeah. I also enjoy them. I follow his channel. The main moneymaker. You do numbers in Australia? I'm pretty happy with how I'm doing here. It is funny that there's like a running theme between all the Australian dudes, though. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of the people that I watch on YouTube are just incidentally Australian. Because I'm also a big fan of cold ones. Yo, War Bandit, thank you for the raid. And JRC Design, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you. Alright, let's see here. Let's get our metal strips done up. We'll play these down all at the same time. I remember seeing a comment that described you as I did a thing but likable. Likable? I don't think I did a thing is unlikable. If you're gonna gas me up, you can't do it by smacking on other people. Oi, oi. I made hydrogen balloon, excellent. I've also made hydrogen balloons before. Or are you, like, flying away in one, like the Wizard of Oz? Wizard of Oz meets the Hindisburg, baby. Explosions and Fire sounds like a cheap ripoff of Cars and Water. It's funny that there is a Cars and Water and an Explosions and Fire, but I don't think he's a cheap ripoff. Hindusburg? Just say my mate a lot and you can pass as Australian. Have you made flatulence balloons and lit them, though? I feel like I'd have to stick something in my ass to do that. And, like, I'm sorry, I know some of y'all are into that, but I'm not into the whole sticking things in my ass to do things. How's the sciencing going? It's going pretty well. Hang on a second. I'm realizing now I've created this horrifying monstrosity where I have to be pretty careful with how I lay these down, because if I lay them down wrong, they're gonna short everything out. I hope that's not shorting out the other bank right now. If this shorts out, it's Jover, man. Don't bring this to an airport. Guys, remember, always fly with your handy 159 volt stack. Whoop, don't short. Should all be 9 volts? Yeah, but if I short a lot of them out, the potential current it can have is pretty bad, even if it's just 9 volts. 9 volts at a dead short is still, like, dangerous, you know? Trying to get as good of adhesion as I can. With aluminum foil, it's a little easier than if I use, like, a proper, like, rail. So that's kind of nice. I don't think I need all the strips on top holding it down. I think it'll be better to just press one thing into it at the end. How many batteries can you fit in your ass? Streamer! Streamer, I think you should... have you considered doing a stream where you see how many batteries you can fit in your ass? That was the Crackhead Ideas channel when that one dude joined the Discord for a bit. It would do numbers. Some things are more important than numbers. And I was gonna say dignity, but I don't think I maintain any of that. It's the Germa baseball stream. Yeah, the Germa baseball stream is the one where he sticks a whole baseball in his ass. That's like the only Germa bit that I know is the baseball stream bit, where he says he's gonna do the baseball stream, and then someone gets insta-banned because someone says, "What's the baseball stream?" and someone else responds, "It's where he fits an entire baseball in his ass." Good old ball fondler. The Mythbusters forum had a rule on no bodily myths. They use forums for ideas. That's right. That's a shame, man. There's a lot of bodily myths out there. Why were they against this? They just didn't want to put their fucking balls on the line, man. Don't batteries scorch your insides when they touch the contacts? Or is that just watch batteries? What? What are you talking about? I'm not being condescending here, or at least not trying to. I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about. This feels like a diet styropyro. Yeah, I can't afford $10,000 worth of car batteries. Not yet, anyway. So I had to go with $100 worth of 9 volts. But I do love the styropyro car battery video. It's one of my faves. One of my faves of his, which is saying a lot, because he has some great stuff. Think they mean when little kids swallow them? That's your stomach acid, like, breaking the battery down. That's a little different than, like, this. Touching the contacts of a battery don't break your skin apart. Whatever you do, don't throw up on them. Why would I do that? What would inspire me to vomit on the batteries? You know, well, the one thing I'm a little miffed at is there's no real way for me to see if they're all contacting or not. Oi, oi, oi. That forum was full of crazy shit. They finally had to make a rule on no flat earth, no chemtrails, no cloud seeding. That's what the people wanted, man! Also, I 100% believe that forum was crazy because who is much less popular than the Mythbusters, you know, just in case you were wondering about that. I get people in my ideas channel on my Discord asking me to test some absolutely insane shit. Alright, hang on. We almost got this thing set up. Not sure how this is going to fit. Fit what? In my ass? Don't worry. I've got a way. Alright, hang on. Insert UO ping here. Don't tank like a carnival, but include a toaster. That sounds like a thing that would end up in my ideas channel, man. That doesn't even sound like a parody. They get 36 9-volt batteries should fit. We should open gambling for sure. I'm doing this just to make sure that it's really sticking. And then I'll go around the outsides. And probably go around the top, too. Really, I should set these on top of each other. And then put them upside down. That should be... That's the best way to assure they're all, touching the contacts. Is to make sure there's weight on top. And I think that's like the primary way to do it. How do you know the polarities once it's all taped up? They're in order. So, you can see on the side, well, I guess you can't really see too well, but there's pluses here and minuses here. And then they're in, like, complementary order, so I can just count and figure out what they are. Every other one is the same polarity. That's why I stuck some of these up and down the others. Okay, on this one, the plus side is the one that's going up. So I'll make it consistent on this one so I don't get confused. I'll test it with a multimeter before I wire it all together, because if I get one wrong, it's going to explode. I'm very glad that the outside of the batteries is not conductive, which I was a little afraid of. Hang on. And then, oh my gosh. Alright, we got them all set up now. It would be bad if they went boom. At this point, it would be bad because we've spent all this time. We spent all this time and then the thing fucking explodes? Also, I don't know how long it would take to start smoking, but like, it would be a drop and run type of scenario, I think. It'd be pretty bad. Oi, oi. Thermal runaway? Yeah, this thing would be going thermal, and I'd be the one running away. We could lay these on top of each other, but it would be... I probably shouldn't lay them on top of each other, like... spicy side out. It should probably be... lay them on top of each other like this. And then these guys are all the same polarity, and these guys are the same polarity, and I should be able to... Oh! Fuck, 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 fuck! I don't know where that came from. But, let's not do it again. Or did I step on a fucking poppet again? Hang on, wait, did you guys see a spark? Or did I step on... because I spilled those all over the floor. If I stepped on one of those, that's a fucking, like... That's a devious bit. By mistake. That's an accidental devious bit. Think it came from the battery? Uh-oh. Well, it looks like they're not hot. This one needs taped up as well. Sounded further from the mic. I didn't see any light. Dude, I think I stepped on a fucking poppet. Because I did move my foot right before it happened. And I keep stepping on them and jump scaring myself. But that was literally the worst timing possible to have that happen. Alright. Let's not blow anything up. Famous last words? Yeah, I think that was a poppet. Hey, man, don't say that. Let's make sure this is fully covered. You can see the fucking poppet chunk blast into view. Oh my gosh, it actually was a poppet then. Yeah, because it throws little gravels everywhere when they go off. Oh my gosh, I am sitting... You fucking kidding me, man? Get rid of these stupid things. They're sitting there to jump scare me, man. Re-reviewed the tape. Dude, it actually was a poppet, I'm telling you. Keeping you on your toes. There's no way you didn't throw it, popped on the table? No, if you just set something on it or like hit it, it pops. Have you never played with these before? They're pretty volatile. Yeah, if you squeeze them, they'll pop. I must have hit something that ran into it. It hasn't happened the entire stream. That's crazy that it happens then. Alright. Negative? Alright. Okay. We got the polarity right on all these, which is good. I don't really know how we would have gotten it wrong, but you know. Bada bing, bada boom, and all that. Gonna do this again, and this time not scare myself to death. We gotta assemble this bank of batteries. I don't know if you guys can see how, I guess if I put it on its side, you can see how it looks. Popper was a paid actor. It's not a paid actor, I promise. I swear, I literally thought I was about to die for a second. I was like, I gotta fucking run and get the fire extinguisher, because this thing's about to, it's about to go up, man. Oh my gosh. The fear I felt. One of us would snap our finger with a poppet between finger and thumb. Yeah, I've done that before when I was a kid. Dude, it's crazy that they just let kids play with those, but it's also kind of epic. How far did you run? I didn't. I just stood up and back. I didn't run away. I thought I was about to have to run. I was looking for... Because I threw it apart just in case, but it also did sound like a poppet. So I was like, not entirely sure if I actually needed to run or not yet. The current carrying capacity of tinfoil. I guess it's aluminum foil, but you know. Boop, boop. This one will come out the side. Yeah. That desk catches fire, it's got enough heavy metals, it'll be a gorgeous fire. Oh. Everyone always talks about the uranium that's in it, but never about the fact that I sanded a lead knife with a belt sander on it. I think that is like far more of a stupid thing that I've done on this desk, I feel like. But maybe I'm just, maybe I'm just crazy. Little lead is good for you. What's a little heavy metals between friends? Alright, hang on. I'm taping, so I'm just getting it wired up now. We're so close, though. We've already got the PC set up for this, so once we get this wired, it's just a matter of clamping it to the, clamping it to the inverter, and then inverter to the PC, and that's that. So we're almost there. Alright, let's make sure these do not cross-conduct, that would be really, really bad. Because these are pretty fucking close together, if I'm, like, just looking at it. Alright, here we go. I love how this is decent. Yeah, I know. It's really... I hate it, but, like... any other solution is more janky. It's really just a shame that you can't get, like, a DC in power supply without spending, like, specialty business purchase levels of money. I really wish I could just do that. Yeah, baby. Alright, there's one battery bank. 9 volts out at who knows how much current. But there it is. Let's, Alright. Dude. Yeah, man. How many do you think it's gonna take, and how do you know? Well, I can make estimations based on ballpark values, right? The PC wants to draw 30 watts idle, but it can kick up to like 65 watts when running at load. This guy here should be able to output. We got about 1 kilowatt hour worth of power in this bank. In these banks. So we should be able to run this PC for like a couple hours. But I don't actually know if that's gonna work. You do not want to stick the Giga 9 volt. This is now the Giga 9 volt. You know what it's missing? Hang on a second. It's just missing one thing. This is the true mother Pook cell. This one brick contains, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 by 15. So. Here, hang on. Let me get this taped on here. 75 batteries? Oh, so we're 150 batteries for both of these. Oh, did you hear that? I got scared for a second. I thought it was starting to cook. I'm looking everywhere for warm spots. I'm so afraid one battery is gonna short out and it's gonna tank the entire bank with it. Also, why does it say green energy easy life? This shit is not green at all, man. I have a new vendetta. Granted, I think it's because I was eating straws for like 4 hours yesterday. I have a new vendetta against these companies that fucking lie about being eco-friendly. This shit is stupid, man. This thing isn't even close to eco-friendly. And those straws yesterday we were using, one of them was made with polypropylene, man. That shit ain't even close. That's like not even plausible deniability type of shit. Whereas like PLA, it's like, okay, that's like a biodegradable plastic and it's made of plant. So it's not as bad as like oil-based ones. But one of them was just an oil-based plastic that had like plant matter in it. They were so full of shit, dude. They're incredibly cheap looking 12-volt PC power supplies on Amazon for $30 that do 300 watts if you look for Pico power supplies. That's fantastic information for like 3 days ago. And not fantastic information for right now in the middle of the stream. At the end of the stream, for that matter. We are way past that point. Here, let me... Some of these need tape buffers. This was the first one I made, so it's not made as well as the other one. Bet there are some janky ones that take Ego power tool power banks. I never even thought of that. I didn't know what it was called. I didn't... This is a project that because it's the week after I got back from vacation visiting my family, I didn't get as much time as I would have liked to do research on all my projects. So I did enough research. My main concern with this was, can I get enough power out of this to boot a PC? And I figured, yeah, I could. But I didn't do a lot. I was like, oh, can I get like a DC power supply? I couldn't really find what I was looking for. So I was like, I'll just run it through an inverter. Watch us Puxel sends them a pallet of batteries. If they haven't sent anything to Dingpods, they ain't gonna be touching me. The only company that's given me anything for, like, unintentionally promoting them was Step Cigarettes. For promoting their non-nicotine cigarettes. Basically, just incidentally, I purchased them initially because they were the cheapest, like, stage cigarette that you could buy. Oh, they might send me a cease and desist. I'm using their product! They cease and desist using a product? A succulent Chinese battery that I paid money for? Never heard of a battery described as succulent? Have you not seen the video of the guy where he's like, unhand my limp penis? You dare arrest me while I'm enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Then they send you 50 cartons? They sent me 60. They sent me 60 cartons. 12,000 cigarettes. I'll give you this. They secured me. They got me forever now, man. This is ridiculous. What do I do with this now? I guess this one should go on top. Make sure our voltage is still stable out of our mega cell. This thing is like... Oh, it's negative, sorry. Minus positives on the top. Negatives on the bottom. Alright. Well, that looks pretty damn good to me. Hang on. Can I connect these together like this? And just, like, tape these together from the ends? I don't know why you keep stacking them. Because I want the weight on one to make sure the foil on the other is making contact. That's important. Hang on, I need a little more foil. We need a little more tin foil to get this battery bank working. This is what they're doing at the Tesla headquarters. They just ain't gonna tell you about it. You're welcome for... Are you putting the mega cells in series? They're not in series, they're in parallel. But yes. Alright. Hang on a second. Just getting these secured. Oh, wait. Wait a second. I accidentally covered up the foil. Hang on, wait. It still needs something for you to clamp onto. Isn't this what they do with car batteries anyway? Yeah, basically. Alright, hang on. I need a... Let's get the... We're almost there, man. We've created the gigapixel. We've created the gigapixel. We're just gotta get the last little bit running here. Alright, hang on. There's a lot of errant wiring in here. Alright, and then that'll be the bottom terminal. This is getting progressively more janky as it goes on. You guys can't see. Well, hang on. I can turn it on its side so you can. Oh, shit. I forgot they're not strapped together. You can see how I'm wiring this is just taping tinfoil to the terminals. Oh, trust me, man. This is how Tesla does it. My hand is starting to cramp up from all this. Damn it. Minus 10 confidence? Nah, my confidence is not gonna falter. Yours may falter. Mine will not. Mine will not. I have full confidence this is gonna work at this point. Look how fucking big this battery bank is, man. How could it fail? Jeez. This is a lot. Catastrophically? Don't need this negativity in my channel, in my headspace. Want to see some PK fire? Get out of here. That's a half decent joke. I can't hate. But stop wishing for my failure. Alright, hang on. Alright. Top is 10, bottom is... Top is positive, bottom is negative. Alright. The real question is, what am I gonna do with these after the stream is over? Regardless of how well it works. I guess I'm gonna have to store this thing, this active fire hazard. Alright. Let's see, where's the inverter? Here we go. Let's see if the inverter can turn on from this. Presumably it will. This is you gotta admit, like, for all the jankiness, this is a great visual. Low DC shutoff? Fuck. Alright, hang on. We're gonna have to use option 2 here. Which is this guy. Those contacts are gonna melt? I really hope not. If these contacts melt, it's actually over. Because there's so many crisscrossing under this side of the battery that if they start going, it's like, it's all going up in smoke, man. Now this thing might get hot. This converter. Because it's technically only suited for 36 watts. And we're about to put a lot more than that through it, basically. Hang on a second. Remember, kids, this is a great project to bring with you on your next flight. Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. Gotta just check the amount of Harbor Freight devices in this image. 12.29! Alright, baby! 9 volts at 75 amps. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it's being bottlenecked through this guy. Through this, this converter on the end. But nonetheless... Alright. Do not short it out, motherfucker. Oh my gosh. Let's see if it goes now. Now it's acceptable. Alright. Y'all know what time it is. We got the mega cell working. Holy shit. It's so heavy. We got the mega cell working. Let's go over. Hang on, where's my other camera? Alright, give me 1 second. Let me get the other camera. It's time to do the main test. Oh, baby. The moment we've all been waiting for. Why does this camera time out now? It like all of a sudden decided it wanted to start timing out. Alright, here we go. Now let's turn the mic on over there as well. Let's fucking go, brothers. I missed how much it read. What, on the voltmeter? It's just 12 volts. It's being regulated down, don't worry. All right, baby. Yeah, this is a this is a 10 out of 10 setup. Let me zoom out a little too. Will this grow my fours back? Yes. Yes, it will. All right. This is the ultimate gaming setup. Or hang on, you guys can't even see that? Yeah, baby. This is the moment of truth. Let's get the, let's see, HDMI plug in here. HDMI plug in here. We need a keyboard to be like a kosher setup. That's a PS2 keyboard? Are you fucking real? Alright, here we go. Dog shit gaming keyboard. This'll do. Alright. Arming the Nog. This is peak battle station. This is the r/battle station's grind set. At first, I don't have a lot of confidence in this thing being able to run. I don't have a lot of confidence in it being able to run both the PC and the monitor. The monitor is not going to be driven from the pixels. We're going to drive that. We're going to plug the monitor in. But the PC and all its peripherals have to be driven from the cells. I think that's the trade-off here. This is unironically just a good mouse. Alright. Under over for this exploding. I really hope it doesn't explode. We're almost got the setup. This is an old ass monitor, I can tell you that right now. It's like it's a TV, I believe. Hang on. Here's our inverter. Inverter. Power. Wait, where's the power cable? Wait, where is the power cable? Did I leave it over here? I think I did. Oh. Where the hell? Not like it's gonna be hard for me to find another one, but where did I put the one I was just using? Huh. Alright, guess I'll get another one. Where? Something just dropped over here. Oh, it's from here. Okay, hang on. Yeah, where did I put that? Alright, no worries. Got another one here. Oh, we also need a screwdriver to short the PC on. There's layers to this, for sure. 9-volt bank. Plug in your PC to the inverter. If this thing explodes, let's make sure I got the fire extinguisher on deck. Don't mind me. Do not like how close those are together. They'll be fine. That's the least concerning of this setup. Trust me. Trust me, that's far from the primary concerns at play here. Let's get the screwdriver. Alright. It's time to armor up. Inverter on. Let's see what it says. 12.3 volts. No idea on current draw. Power supply on. And finally, uh-oh. 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 Can it not boot it? Oh, no! Wait, can it not handle the inrush current? Uh-oh! Remove the regulator. The regulator is fucking with it, I think. Because that does have a current cap on it that's higher than what's needed to start this PC. .3. It's pulling it so low that it's dropping voltage. You know what we might have to do here? We might have to jumpstart this. Alright, hang on, hear me out. Let's see here. Attach the nipples. Not this time. Alright, we need a real jump start here. So here's the idea. Here's the concept. For the initial start, we have it run, we have it side load onto this. This is running in parallel. And then once it starts, and it has that initial, like, kick on, then we disconnect this and see if it can run off just the battery. It is kind of funny that it needs jump started. I considered this as a possibility, but I didn't think it would take. I don't even know if it's like loading the capacitors in this. Probably not. I don't know. Technically, this should be able to handle it, but I think the fact we have to choke it through the this thing is fucking it up. If I had to guess. Use the air compressor to run the blades and try to start it. An excellent idea. Hopefully this doesn't backfeed current or some bullshit. Oh! Okay. We're starting. We're starting, and this is supplying only 10 watts of power. All right. Okay, it's booting, it's booting. Now, let's see if I disconnect this, if it dies instantly. Fuck! What is it mad at now? Overload. Alright, hang on a second. Let me disconnect it just in case it's like about to catch on fire or some shit. How many watts to get to the BIOS menu? We need more cowbell? More batteries? Let's see what we can get here. I did current tests with these beforehand, and they can take a decent I literally think we're being cucked by this thing. I think our current regulator is blocking us out. And the reason why is that in the dividing circuit here, this power supply is supplying about 10 watts of power. Packs in series. I could rewire it in series, but then it's going to be too much. Remove the cringe inhibitor. Then it's going to overload. It's going to either be undervolt or overvolt the inverter. That's the whole problem. That's the whole reason why it's there. Aye. Don't quote me on this, but will most decent power supplies work without that regulator? I don't know what you're talking about. If I wire these in series and plug it into this, it's gonna read at like 19 volts, 19-20 volts, and in the dock for this inverter, it says anything over 16.5 volts will trigger the overvoltage shutoff, and it'll not let it work. Resistor to lower voltage? That's like the worst fucking way to do that. Creating a resistor divider is such a bad way to do it. Oh my gosh. It won't, it'll sag immediately. You know what? Let's go rewire the great hook cell. You have a... Here's the thing. Here's what I'm afraid's gonna happen. Here's what I'm afraid's gonna happen, okay? Yes, the minute a load is applied, this should sag immediately. But I think what it's gonna do... I think what it's going to do is it's going to read that the voltage is too high, and before ever applying a load, it's going to instantly shut it off and not allow it to kick on. The safety mechanisms are like working against us here. I bring this to school and get arrested immediately. Deserved. Alright, hang on. Let's untape. One thing is for sure, I'm pretty sure we're being cucked by this regulator. Because this many batteries in series will... This mini in series will deliver enough current. Carbon zinc or not, there's just too many of them for it to not give enough current. Yeah, the safety mechanisms are... Look, man, you're gonna give me all the shit you want for being mad at the safety mechanism, but there is nothing safe about this thing. So yeah, they are getting in the way. I want to overvolt it, damn it. Alright. Alright. And here's our other ones. So here's our true terminals, and what we want to do is short those together, and then run off these two. And when these are shorted together, this should give us like, it is like 20 volts out. Let's crank it up a little bit. 18.5. And once again, once under load, it should sag, but I think it's gonna just deny us immediately because it's never gonna let itself get under enough load to start sagging, you know? Oi, oi. Yo, X-Melon Cream Soda, thank you so much for the 6 months. Contact the manufacturer. I'm sure the guys that made the fucking Harbor Freight cheap inverter are gonna... They're gonna really be upset at my displeasure. $18.6 out across. Alright. Let's take away the inhibitor. See if this does anything. Or if it just immediately... I'm pretty sure it's just gonna shut it off without even trying. But I haven't tried it, so I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. And then after this, if all else fails, we'll try the old resistor voltage divider, which is very dangerous, and I don't really want to try unless we absolutely have to. Because that's going to be sinking a lot of power just on its own. What'd I tell you? It's not going to even let me run it. I don't think it will, anyway. Let me try. No, it's not putting out anything. Alright. See? The safety's working against us here. Alright. Let's see what we got here. What resistor should we use for this voltage divider? 1 ohm? Which is what I have in like big 10 watt sizes? Absolutely not. It's gonna fucking explode. We need a resistor ratio here. Run a bright LED to bleed it down a bit. Oh my gosh. Connect the dummy load to get the voltage. Wait, that's at. Wait! You're kind of cooking. Hang on, that is a crazy idea, but you're kind of cooking. Yeah, that will work. I'm an electronics technician. Yeah, I'm an electrical engineer. We know how this works. I just didn't think of that. That will dip the battery, though. Alright, hang on. Let's see, 4 ohms will do it? Not fucking doing 4 ohms, brother. A temporary load is such a spicy idea. Cause like, what can we connect? Do you think I can hook up like a big, like, LED light to it or something? Probably. This will drop. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Hang on. I know I have headlights. Yes. Oops. Yes. These are perfect for this. What do these take in input? Probably 12 volts, but I bet the PUC cell will drop enough that it won't blow them up to run them on the current setting. Potato resistor? We could do that. Explode a capacitor? Let's try it. Ah! Hang on. That drops it to 14 volts. It's gonna work. That works. It drops it down to 14 volts across the thing. That'll bring it down to where it's not overloading anymore. Perfect. Also, those are crazy bright. Holy shit. I got these for the Glorp stream. If any of you guys remember that one. Ah, I love you, carbon zinc batteries and your fickle voltage characteristics. Alright, hang on a second. Let's get these guys set up over here. This should actually work. That's crazy. That's a great idea, because I was going to go with voltage divider next, and I forgot that we could literally just drop the voltage by using a dummy load. It's kind of funny. We have to drain more power from it actively to get it to the point where it'll work with a PC. This is a voltage divider? No, it's dropping the battery voltage. It's not a voltage divider. Do you see the green on the camera? Yeah, you can. Hang on a second. Okay. $13 volts. Let's see if we can go. Fuck! Dude, you can see it. You can see it trying to start so bad. But the voltage drops to 8 volts every time it tries. hang on. Oh, nope, that's overvolting. Just running this light has drained it 2 volts. It's trying so hard to start the PC. Low DC shutoff. Alright, hang on a second. Has it drained the battery enough that it doesn't overvolt? Oh my gosh! Oh, no, wait, there it goes. Let's see if we can, like... Dude, it's... it draws too much power now. Don't say you saw smoke. You did not fucking see smoke. Shut the fuck up. I should have you killed for that. Hang on. If I do this, it doesn't... Wait. Motherfucker. High DC shut off, low DC shut off. Motherfucker. It makes it drop too much voltage now. This is a disaster. Yeah, manual PWM trying to get it. Oh my gosh. What a great... No, we have to get it booted with this, dude. We have to do it. I think, okay, hang on, wait. It takes more voltage, it takes more current on boot. What if we boot it on... What if we boot it up using the power supply, and then once it's booted up, we switch it over to the battery. Do we not have a fat diode? Yeah, I got some pretty fat. Wait, you're so right. Hang on, why did I not think of that? Dude, the answer to this is capacitors. You're so right. Hang on a second. This could actually save the whole thing. I have these giant capacitor banks left over from a railgun. Let's charge these giant cap banks up. Hang on, I need a couple, I think. They'll only be at like 12 to 20 volts, so it won't be too bad. Yes! Yes! This is the way. This is the way to get this working, I think. Alright. We have now added another fire hazard to the setup. We gamble if this is going to create flame. No, you cannot, because I know you fuckers will wish for my downfall then. Oh, we're getting psychotic, I think. I think we're getting a little bit psychotic. Okay. Let's store power in these giant capacitors. That's, oh, yeah. I hope that this is enough. Because this can charge up before we even start. And it will store quite a lot of power, actually. Just due to the nature of how it be. Get this out of here. I'm getting my chut up, okay? Flying too close to the Giga car battery. We're being safe. We're being safe. Holy shit! Oh my gosh! Alex Tapia, thank you so much for 7 gift subs. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's not start a fire. Very important goal here. No fire starting. Okay. And then on the output, so this capacitor should be charged right now. Then on the output, $12.3 volts, regulated. Make sure the monitor's on so we can see how this thing kicks. Unplug this. Alright. If you think this looks scary, it's because it is. We're running at the bleeding edge here. Alright, let's see. Let's see if this can boot the PC or if it undervolts again. Wait. Oh, shit. Overload shut off. Overload. Overload? Oh, wait. Are these shorted out? Hang on a second. Let's try again. Oh no, bro. I think it's drawing too much current still. It's not. It's like doing better now that it has the capacitors. But like, dude. Alright. Turn that off for a second. I think we're going to need to jump start it again. Capacitors after regulator. We could do caps after regulator. But the caps before regulator, I feel like it keeps it like... Load the caps with the desk supply. The caps are already loaded. Oh, Nerduino, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Dude, I swear, I think if we do some bullshit, we can get this booted. I think it'll run for like 2 seconds. But I think we can do it. Hang on, I got a voltage match the capacitor rails, so let's see what they're at right now. Capacitor rails are at 17.3 volts. Let's run 17 volts out of this. We're gonna jump start this. This is low voltage, so it shouldn't hurt me even if I did touch it, but I'm going to try to not touch it anyway. Alright. What the scuff are we doing tonight? We're trying to run a desktop PC on 159 volt batteries. So in this giant brick here, there's a ton of 9 volts. You can kind of see them. It's having some trouble getting past the boot cycle. So we're having to do some stuff here. Here, hang on a second. Prop my multimeter in here, then we'll get a live read on what the voltage is. 16.7, 16.8. We're already getting some drop off just with this, and that's with the power supply feeding into it. The total voltage, it's just 18 volts. It's 2 banks of 75, 9 volts in parallel, and then those are wired in series. And those are going into an inverter to feed the PSU of the thing. Alright, let's see if we can go. Oh, shit. That cut out even being kickstarted. What the shit? Overload shut off. Alright, hang on a second. Let's kickstart it from the opposite end. Hang on. Kickstart from this side. Get us on. See where we're going. And let's kickstart. Okay. There we go. There we go. It is using like way. Okay, you see it dropping. It's trying to drop below the fall off. But we giving it the little boost. Okay, okay. Let's wait until it fully boots and see. Here, so you can see the screen a little better. Let's wait until it fully boots up, which is when it's done using most of its power. Alright, going to low. Dude, I'm realizing now what the issue is. Dude, having the mouse and keyboard is actually drawing so much more power. When I unplug these, look, the voltage instantly goes up. Alright, now, I'm gonna disconnect the jump start, and we're gonna see if it lives at all. 3, 2, 1. It lived for like 3 seconds! Bros! It was there! It was there for a few seconds! It lived! It lived temporarily! Batteries are at 12 volts now. Hang on, wait, if I turn this off, does it recover? Yeah, they do. Man, they're under... The keyboard adds like 10 watts. It's part of why it was struggling so much. Why did the keyboard and mouse add so much? I didn't use those initially, I guess. Holy shit. It's still, I think without assistance, it's not going to be able to start, just because that initial rush is so high. Yeah. It's just not able to do it. Now I do this, it takes the load off, and then it can return to its static. What's a drawing 13, 14 watts doing right now, man? Oh, it's tanking so much. Hang on, how much can I reduce? Because I can current limit the jump start, right? Once we get on the main screen, I'm gonna see how much we can choke it down. Why is it so low? 10 volt, 9 volt, 8 volt? It's dying so rapidly. Fuck, it's on recovery. Oh wait, it's actually like really low power right now. Because it's not fucking doing anything. Alright, let's see. Turn this guy down. Oh! There it goes. The batteries are already running low. I know! I know! It's already killing the batteries. Like, it was 20 volts when we started. They're already, like, dying from that, right? Alright, let's short this guy out. Ooh, spicy. We gotta try, okay, hang on. We gotta try one more thing here. Time for 150 new 9 volts. I'm afraid we don't have the time for that one. Though I am having fun with this. Alright. You know, maybe in hindsight, a desktop PC was a little too ambitious. Maybe this was a bit too much. Let me do this guy. Ugh. Take our Puxel back. However, laptops ain't, or desktops ain't the only PC. Can we at least charge a laptop with this? I'm pretty sure we can. I'm pretty sure this will charge a laptop. I don't think a laptop is going to cause enough current draw to make it, like, drop out, right? Cut the Puxel in half? No. Hang on, let me get the laptop out. Dude, it had the desktop working for literally 3 seconds. I think that's the best. That's the best we can possibly get. It had 3 seconds before it gave out. Oh my gosh, dude. We still got power, we might as well, right? That's what I'm saying, man. If it's able to charge a laptop, it should be able to charge a laptop. Let's get all this out of the way. Alright. Get you out of here. We'll know if it works or not because it'll beep. It'll beep if it's not able to do it. get you guys out of here. Oh my gosh. I'm decluttering a bit because we got a lot of bullshit on this table now. Alright, hang on a second. We must return the book cell. This is basically, at this point, the world's least efficient laptop battery. Ooh, you can see me in the reflection. Hello. This build has more spaghetti than a satisfactory build. Alright. Plug in the laptop. Turn you on. What the fuck is it going crazy about, man? Overload shut off? Low DC shut off. Why is it? Alright, hang on a second. It's not low. Shut the fuck up. It's not low DC. There's nothing plugged into it. What does it mean, low DC shut off? What the fuck does it mean, low? It's there's no load! Has it drained so much that it's not able to fucking turn on the inverter? Because that's crazy, if that's the case. Hang on a second. Oh my gosh. Y'all? Y'all? It has literally... It's literally dead. The batteries are all dead. Ah, book cells, you piece of shit. Do you see? Okay, hang on. Can you guys see what it goes to? Now, I want to stress. This thing powered a desktop PC for like 3 or 4 seconds. It was on for a measurable amount of time, but it was only a few seconds. It is now hooked up to the regulator. The inverter has nothing connected to it at all. So this is just like the couple watts that it takes to turn on the inverter. Watch this real close. Alright, here's our regulated output, 12.1 volts. Turn on the inverter. And then, turn it off. Alright, here's our here's our, like, battery voltage. So this is the voltage on the battery bank raw, 16 volts. Keep in mind, it's already dropped below the average of 9 volts per battery. It's in, like, dead battery range. Turn this on. It ran a desktop. It ran a desktop for 3 seconds and fucking died. It's literally completely, it's actually, like, it's not that it's overvolted, it's literally dead. And it can't supply any power anymore. It did run the lights. It did run the lights a bit. This is the greatest build ever. Some would argue this is one of the greatest projects of all time. Are the connections still good laying sideways? You know, maybe not. Hang on. I'll try it just to humor us a bit. You know? Because we might as well. It's already all hooked up. We'll see what happens when we lay it on its... Alright, well, there was some kind of connection issue, because I don't know if you saw that, but it went up by 1.5 volts. Turn this on. Dog? Hang on a second. Hang on a hang on a second. How many of those were not making contact? So, this is laying upside down. And literally, at no point in this entire test did I flip it upside down like this, because you can't see the Pookscell logo that I put on top. Do you think? Surely not. You know what? Just for good measure, here's a heavy steel plate. Let's put that on top. Do you think that we were getting cucked out of this working? Hang on a second. Can we charge a laptop with this? It's not fucking over. I can't believe it, but it's not over yet. It's charging. It's charging. Why is it beeping occasionally though? Maybe it's not charging. What the fuck? Or maybe it's still dog shit. There's the other option. Nah, you know what? I think maybe it's still fucking dog shit. It's trying its best, man. It's trying its fucking best. Alright, hang on a second. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Alright, turn off. Turn it back on again. Hang on a second, I gotta try something, man. We're literally getting more available voltage now that we flip the damn thing upside down. Okay, it's working. It's actually working. Is it charging? Is it charging? playing Muse Dash on. It's charging. So it is working. It's barely, like, look at the voltage is falling off. The voltage is actually, like, falling off a lot. Never mind, it's still shit. Alright, well, you know, we did extend its life a little further. We thought... They're fully cooked now. we got a little more life out of it by putting a heavy weight on it and flipping it upside down, but unfortunately, we're back to it being dead as hell again. It is, it's crazy how fast those die. It's actually... Oh, that's awesome. You know, there's times when a project doesn't go as planned and it sucks ass. Something like Billy Bass is your classic. Also that time when I tried to make the rebar crossbow and it never worked. That's some ass. This project is like, this is like a top shelf not working right project. Cause this is fucking funny. There's bad doesn't work and good doesn't work. And this one has slipped into good doesn't work. I see that my BGM turned off like an hour ago. Excellent. Glad you guys were getting the VOD watcher experience. Could this battery heat the rebar? I think this battery couldn't even set itself on fire. There's a glimmer of hope working, but it doesn't. I mean, we did satisfy its... It technically succeeded, which is not the best kind of succeeding, but it did power a PC for like 3 seconds. And I'm not gonna fucking forget it. I believe with carbon zinc, we could technically, like, force recharge these. But I kind of don't want to try that, because I'm afraid what'll happen. Also, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It's midnight. Which is insane. Short it out, see what happens? Ah, fuck it. Why not? Why not? This thing ain't gonna be used for fucking anything now, man. It's, like, completely cooked. Alright. Let's see what happens when we short them out. Oh my gosh! It literally... It doesn't do fucking anything. This is the... it's dead. It's so dead it doesn't even do anything when dead shorted. You guys saw what they did when we started, too. Y'all saw what it did when we started off. Well, I'm glad I spent $115 on these batteries for this amazing discovery. I'm glad, you know, there's gotta be a record for, like, the most amount of money for the least amount of function. I paid over $100 to get my PC running for 3 seconds. And even then, I had to boot it on a different power supply and then switch over to this one because it couldn't fucking handle it on its own. It couldn't survive long enough to get something on the screen. Return it, tell them the batteries don't work? Yeah, bro, I tried all of them. They don't work. Tell you what, I'll save these. I'll buy 100 smoke detectors and put these batteries in them. And they'll be at low battery, so they'll start doing that random chirp And I'll have 100 random chirping smoke detectors in my basement for all future streams. I think that sounds like a great idea. What's an individual cell voltage right now? I'd have to rip it out of the set, so I don't know. But it's 17 volts means it's under 9 volts. Because they're in series. So, it's running like 8.5. The smoke alarm choir. I'm telling you, man, running 100 smoke detectors, mounting them all over the place, and then setting off a smoke bomb and having them all go off. It's that's a great stupid idea. Alright, hang on. Let's find, who we gonna raid tonight? Who are we gonna raid? We can raid, we can raid Hina again. She's playing Fantasy Life. Again. Oi, oi. Is it lick safe? I'm not fucking licking it, dog. Oh my gosh. This sounds like a July 4th stream. Pippa's ending stream? Alright, let's not. Karagi's live? She's also playing Fantasy Life? Is she like... Oh no, it looks like she's like in it. Let's raid Karagi. Let's raid Karagi. Tobbs is back. Oh, I could have hit Tobbs. Yeah, we'll get her later. We'll get her later. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, the build up to this is crazy. Zarithia, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'm raiding out right now. You got me right at the very end of stream. We got a PC running for 3 seconds before it drained 159 volt batteries. It was an amazing stream. Anyway. Also, Cool Swat, thank you for that gift sub. Anyway, as always, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday at 6 p.m. EDT if you'd like to catch me. Next stream will be on Thursday. Planned idea, assuming I'm able to get the fabrication stuff, is we're gonna be cooking a meal, but every ingredient has to go through a hydraulic press first. I'm sure it'll be a stupid time, but it'll be probably fun to watch. So, and then Friday, we're gonna be opening all the Temu camping stuff that's come in, so that next week we can go camping with it. Anyway, I'll see you guys then, and,